we're running behind in terms of the schedule. So we have a total of 6 witnesses potentially to get through today. If we don't get through them, we'll push them into tomorrow morning. So if we don't get on to Forsyth Community Group's witnesses this afternoon, which is potentially where we might end up, then we would take them first thing tomorrow morning. Mr. Campbell.
I communicated, yes, ma'am, thank you. I communicated this to Mr. Hardy last night. Mr. Young, unfortunately, is booked to go on holiday tomorrow. So could I ask Mr. Hardy through you if he has any questions for Mr. Young, or whether he'd be prepared to take Mr. Young's written evidence as his evidence, and then we could let him go on holiday without any difficulty.
Okay, it's a joint statement, I think, that they've prepared.
It is,
isn't
yes.
it? It's quite difficult to know which is which.
Well, it's not really difficult. Mr. Young speaks to the latter part of the statement, which is only the modern cultural heritage, and it's a very short part anyway. I'm just not sure what Mr. Hardy's position is on that.
Mr. Hardy?
That was going to be my question. Thanks. I did get a text last night from Mr. Campbell. It would help me, Mr. Campbell, if you could identify those parts which could be attributed to each witness, even if it's just on a rough and ready basis, and then I'll take instructions. But I suspect we'll be able to take those parts as read. I certainly don't want to interfere with holidays. But before I just give a final say yes to that, if you could just isolate those parts which are relevant to the witness.
I'll do that without involving other colleagues, just between.
Yes, you don't need to. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That's very helpful.
Okay, thank you. Just before we start, also just had confirmation of who's attending the site inspection on Friday. So I think an email's gone out from the office just highlighting all the people that have indicated their intention to come along. And Mr. Welch will see how he is by tomorrow evening and take it from there. Okay. Okay, I'd like to start the second part of the inquiry session, and Mr. Armstrong, your first witness is Mr. McTeer.
That's correct, ma'am. Perhaps just before that, one minor point that I think we've now circulated the population figures and maps in relation to the Hughes Valley. That there were 59 properties and 119 people in terms of the 2011 census, and I think that should be given. That document number should be DGC 1006, and that's stuff the landscape and visual documents for the council.
Just giving that reference again, Mr. Armstrong. Sorry.
DG 1006. DGC
1006 1.0. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
I'm grateful to Dumfries and Galloway for those population numbers. They're described as being the population generally of the Hughes Valley, but not, I think, of the Greater Teviot Valley nor the Esk Valley. So, for example, it would not include Bentpath, which is a settlement, albeit not a very large one. And it's a settlement that has visibility of the wind farm. I'm not quite sure why you asked for these numbers when Carol Anderson was giving evidence, but no doubt you had a good reason for doing so. I'm not going to delay the inquiry today by making further inquiries about this, but just to note that it's the Hughes Valley, not the slightly wider area, which is within the ambit of the wind farm.
Yes, yeah, I'm very clear on that. It's the Hughes Valley only.
Okay.
Thank you.
The first witness for the council is Mr. Chris McTeer. Mr. McTeer, sorry, we seem to have an echo. I think that's better. Yep. Mr. McTeer, you've got a recognition, and if we can take that as read, your experience is set out in the report GC 403 at Annex A on the last page. Again, we can take that as read. And as far as that report is concerned, And you're responsible for sections 4 and sections 9, is that correct? And you're able to answer questions in these sections.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you were present yesterday throughout the evidence, and you heard Dr. Carter's evidence, his uncertainty about the council's cultural heritage objection. Can I just confirm that the position is as set out in your recognition and the report, and as agreed in the statement of agreed matters at section 6.4, that it's in relation to the cultural heritage assets that are set out in that section 6.4?
Yes, that's correct. The statement of agreed matters is the council's objection on cultural heritage grounds. Both the features that are mentioned throughout the report, the Useley's Watchtower and Pikethaw Hill Cairn, are explicitly mentioned as they warranted an objection in their own right. The other 5 assets individually didn't, but as consideration of those as it's a material consideration, obviously for the reporter as part of the decision-making process. Our objection does encapsulate those ones as well. Yes.
So again, just for the benefit of Dr. Carter, if the issues in relation to the Watchtower and the cairn hadn't been part of an objection, the council wouldn't have been objecting just on the prehistoric settlements and forts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And you were yesterday, I think, again, you heard the discussion in the HE3 of the local development plan, which might be handy to have that to hand at CD 901, and also the supplementary guidance, which provides guidance in relation to, among other things, that policy, which is CD 902. And you'll recollect, I think at one stage Dr. Carter suggested that that he wasn't entirely sure how policy HE3 worked, and he also wasn't sure about the lack of a balancing position in HE3, or you couldn't balance factors, should I say, in relation to the assessment under H3. First of all, could you just explain how policy HE3 does work, and also the guidance in relation to effects in paragraphs H23 through to H25 of the supplementary guidance?
Yes, of course. The policy HE3 principally is the one that covers archaeology. It's split into 2 parts. The most relevant part that we're sort of taken into account of for this section is Part A. So the policy in itself states that the council will support development that protects significant archaeological and historic assets and the wider historic environment from adverse effects. The first sort of bullet point of that policy is particularly relevant. So, when considering development proposals, the council will need to be satisfied that the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site or asset in situ. The other bullet points tend to cover where there's uncertainty around whether it's a designation or of a particular asset there. So the policy is supported by supplementary guidance, as we noted, it's CD 9002. The whole issue of cultural heritage is covered in paragraphs H19 to H28, but when we are looking at particular assets, H24 and H25, are relevant. They set out criteria where assessment of potential effects on setting, which is what we're looking at with these particular assets. So they give a non-exhaustive list, I think, for criteria that we can look at. So things like appreciation, surroundings, non-visual perceptions, and general views and sightlines to and from the site. And that's mostly focusing on setting. When we're looking at the magnitude of change, we're looking at the significance of the assets, proximity, prominence, which are set out in Part H25. But the resulting assessment significance of change, could lead to a conclusion where a proposed development is deemed to be unacceptable. But that's set out in the supplementary guidance.
And as far as the balancing exercise is concerned, is that carried out in relation to assessment of whether ultimately the proposal complies with the local development plan or not?
There's no explicit sort of balancing element of policy HE3, and I don't think every policy in the development plan needs to have a balancing test in it. The wider assessment balances positive and negative impacts of the development. So there isn't an explicit one in HE3 for that, but as part of the wider assessment, one would draw your own conclusions as to whether it meets the policy criteria or not.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, stick my mic back on. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Mr. Armstrong, sorry. Sorry, cough there. Go to the Okay. Presumably, Mr. Hardy, you have some questions for Mr. McTeer.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. McTeer. Just for these questions, you're going to need your precognition. You're going to need the inquiry report, the SOAM. You're going to need CD 1601, which is section 36 of the Electricity Act, and then 901 and 902.
Give me a moment, I'll just get those.
Okay. You have those, Mr. McTeer?
Just get the statement of agreed matters. I've got everything else. And 1601. So just give me 2 seconds. I'm accessing it from the CMS site, so it's just a little slow just now.
I can see you've got 2 screens by the look of it. there, Mr. McTeer. What's
Yes. Okay. That's. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Hardy. That's.
no,
We've got
I want
everything
you
now.
to have the documents as long as you're ready. All right. Let's start with the statement of agreed matters. Did you see that before it was signed? Did you have input into it?
Yes.
Section 3 is headed legal framework. I don't know whether you had legal advice on it when it was signed. Did you take legal advice on it as well, or did you do it all in-house?
No, we had legal advice on this from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay, section 3.5, not controversial, I hope. Section 25 of the 1997 Act does not apply to a decision made under section 36 of the 1989 Act or a related deemed planning permission to be granted under section 57 of the 97 Act. Relevant policy in the development plan set out below is a material consideration. The extent to which the application accords with that policy may be a matter for which may be given by the reporter and Scottish ministers as they consider appropriate. Obviously, legal submissions, closing submissions can be made, but the principle is well established, isn't it, that development plan does not apply in an authoritative way, as if it did, it would with a Planning Act case.
Yeah, there's a clear distinction between applications that come in as a planning application and Section 36 consultations. That's well established.
Yes. So let's have a look at the tests that do apply in relation to cultural heritage then directly. So to do this, we'll need to go to CD 16.1. So that's Section 36. And it's page 25 of 32.
Page 25, yeah.
25
preservation
of
of amenity and fisheries, paragraph 1.
That's it, yes.
Okay.
So let's just read that together. In formulating any relevant proposals, a licence holder or person authorised by exemption to, and then generate, distribute, supply, or participate in the transmission of electricity, A, shall have regard to the desirability of preserving natural beauty, conserving flora, fauna, geological or physiographical features of special interest, and of protecting sites, buildings and objects of architectural, historic or archaeological interest. And then secondly, should do what he can, what he reasonably can to mitigate any effect which the proposals would have on the natural beauty of the countryside or on any such flora, fauna, features, sites, building or objects. So can we agree that the test, the directly applicable test, well, the first part of that test, because the decision maker will come on to in paragraph 2, but so far as the license holder is concerned, it's a duty to have a regard, shall have regard to the desirability of preserving, and in this case, the relevant party sites, protecting sites, buildings and objects of architectural, historic or archaeological interest. That's the test, isn't it? In terms of consenting, that is the test which applies.
Yes, it's there in black and white. Yep, it's for the decision maker. This one, yep.
Yep, and then B, obviously taking into account mitigation. Then what you got is the mirroring principle then for the appropriate authority in 2. So in considering, so those are the duties on the license holder, the applicant, but then 2, in considering any relevant proposal for which its consent is required under section 36 or 37 of this Act, the appropriate authorities shall have regard to the desirability of the matters mentioned in paragraph A, so paragraph 1 above, and then the extent to which the person by whom the proposals were formulated has complied with his duty under paragraph B. So same wording. So the duty is to have regard to the desirability of preserving in relation to the applicant, but then also the decision maker, and then a separate judgment by the decision maker on the extent to which the person formulating the proposal has done that. That's what paragraph 2 tells us, isn't it? So paragraph 2.
Yes.
So in cultural heritage terms, the overarching test, the one that needs to be applied, is to look at how the applicant has gone about, whether it's had regard to desirability of preserving, then ultimately for the decision maker to decide whether or not regard has been had to desirability preserving cultural heritage, matters of cultural heritage interest. That's the governing test, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
So discussion about development plan policy, HE3 and so on, never gets beyond, I'm not saying it's not relevant, it is, it's clearly material, but it never gets beyond that of being another material consideration in a Section 36 case, does it? It's not determinative.
Yeah, it's definitely a material consideration, yes.
But it never gets beyond that. So there's quite a lot of discussion about precise wording of HE3 compliance and so on, which is interesting, but it's not the test, is it, for this sort of scheme?
No, that's I suppose the test is for the reporter. As a consultee, we have to make our own judgment on it based on our own framework that we have in place, which, you know, in this case is LDP2 plus the sort of relevant national policy when it comes.
Well, no, Mr. Witte, that's the point of taking you to Section 36. In an Electricity Act application case like this, the test for that has to be abided by both by the applicant and then the decision maker are set out, aren't they, in paragraph 1, so paragraph 1 and 2 here in Schedule 9. It's a different test. It shall have regard to the desirability preserving. And go through, you can read the wording is what it is, but that is the test that applies, not the precise wording of the development plan policies.
Yeah, that is the test.
Thank you. You don't deal with that, you see, in your evidence. You're the policy witness. And it's interesting to me why you don't mention the statutory test which actually applies to this proposal in relation to cultural heritage. And perhaps you can tell me why.
Well, the council isn't the decision maker in this case, so I'm just dealing with council policy in that regard.
Yes, but you're helping the reporter and the ministers, aren't you? And one would have thought that an explanation, even a reference, I don't think there's a reference in the council material to what we agree is the applicable test for this sort of scheme in cultural heritage terms. It's not there, is it?
No, it's not.
In terms of uncertainty, I mean, Dr. Carter sets out the whys and wherefores, and I'm more interested in where we've got to rather than how we've got here. But I just need to touch on it a little bit because there is, I'm going to suggest, persisting uncertainty. And in the SOAM, so if you just keep the SOAM open, paragraph 6.4, in relation to cultural heritage, the only outstanding matter between the parties is the degree to which the proposed development would have an adverse impact on the settings of the following monuments. And then they're listed 6.4.1 down to 6.4.7. So that says those matters are still at large. It gives no indication, does it, of whether the degree of adverse impact on setting would be material or whether it would reach any threshold in relation to HE3 or SPP 145. It just says these are the matters that are still at large.
Yes, that's correct.
So there's no real help there. I think it was put by Mr. Armstrong this morning. He said, well, the position is as set out in Precognition Report and the SOAM. Well, the SOAM just says, well, these matters are all at large. So we don't learn very much from that. If we turn to the inquiry report, paragraph 8.11, first of all. So this is under the subheading of the Hughes Valley and Esk Valley sites. Whilst I consider that there are adverse impacts on the settings of the forts and settlements above, which would therefore fail to meet with Council Policy HE3, none are of a level that would merit a recommendation for refusal in their own right. They do serve to highlight that in my opinion, that's Mr. Nicholson, obviously not your own, as I understand it, the applicant's assessment that for the whole of this sizable development, there are no cultural heritage impacts beyond this minor and negligible is incorrect. And then if we just read on 9.2, notwithstanding this specific issue has been found in relation to the impact of the development on the setting of Useley's Roman signal station and Pikethorn Hill Cairn that would merit grounds for objection should no satisfactory mitigation be forthcoming. So just stopping there. In paragraph 8.11, the council seems to be saying that there is a breach of policy HE3 in relation to the 5 forts that would so it would breach development plan policy, but yet wouldn't merit objection. So I'm interested in that. You're the policy witness. How that works? What's the process of finding that you've got a breach of policy HE3, but that somehow doesn't merit inclusion in an objection? How does that work?
Well, as you pointed out, the section 8 of the report is Mr. Nicholson's sort of part. Although where we're looking at paragraph 9.2, where we're saying that would merit grounds for objection should no satisfactory mitigation be forthcoming. So it would be if there were no mitigation for that. So it's not saying
that's not the question, is it? It's not the question, Mr. McTeer. That's whether there's no mitigation forthcoming in relation to Useley's and Pikethorn Hill Cairn. Yeah. What I'm interested in is the other 5 forts. So I'm interested in how the decision-making process works in relation to HE3, because you say there's a breach, or in 8.11 there's a breach against council policy HE3 in relation to the 5 forts, and yet they aren't then meriting grounds for objection. So I'm just interested in how a development plan breach, in your view, then wouldn't merit grounds for objection.
So I'm not quite sure what it is that you're asking me.
Could be very clear. You've got a section in relation to the 5 forts, which is section 8. And that's the effects on the Hughes Valley and Esk Valley sites. Okay. And then the council, yes, it was written by somebody else, but it's the council's document. You get to paragraph 8.11. So whilst I consider that there are adverse impacts on the settings of the forts and settlements which would therefore fail to meet with council policy HE3. So you've got breach. Can't read it in any other way. Breach of policy HE3, right? In relation to the 5 forts. Nothing else, but in relation to the 5 forts. None are at a level that would merit a recommendation for refusal in their own right. So what I'm interested in is why, or the decision-making process, the filtration between breaches for 5 forts which breach policy HE3, but yet which don't merit an objection. So I just don't understand how that works.
Sorry, my mind has gone blank here.
That's all right, Mr. McTiernan. You take your time. If you don't, if you can't answer the question, then that is an answer in itself, and I will note and make submissions on it.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one just now.
Let me try the next question following on from that. What do you say, or where do you say the adverse effect or the harm to those 5 forts should lie? So in the decision-making process. So it's not meriting an objection. You see it breaches policy HE3 to whatever extent. Where does that fit into the decision-making process for the reporter and the ministers? Because we've got section 36 test, we've looked at that, shall have regard to desirability preserving. The development plan test then is a material consideration, nothing more than that. You say there's a breach, but not which merits objection. So what is the council asking the reporter to do with that change harm? Where does it sit? Where does it lie in the decision-making process?
The 5 forts are a material consideration as part of the sort of looking at it in the round. It's not. I mean, we have noted that they don't warrant an objection in their own right, but as part, we're kind of looking at, or we were consulted on a whole proposal. So as part of that, it does.
Analytically, you're the policy witness. I'm just interested in where that harm lies. Where does the reporter take that into account? Because it's not, you're not putting it forward as a breach of development plan policy, or certainly not one meriting objection. Are you just saying it's a freestanding other material consideration which has to be taken into account? Do you say it comes in under the Schedule 9 matters? Where does that, or indeed, let me put something else to you. In some cases, counsellors and consultants consider there to be a category of non-material harm. So in other words, it's registrable, it's discernible harm, but it doesn't actually trigger anything. It doesn't trigger a development plan fail. It doesn't count, if you like, in the statutory complex. Is that really what you're saying about these 5 forts? That you want it noted, it's there, but actually it's not material to the decision-making process?
Well, I think it is material to the decision-making process. It falls under the sort of the wider, archaeology or cultural heritage umbrella, and the sort of the assessment and the I suppose the impacts on those would have been they've come to the fore through an assessment of the proposal by my colleague Andrew and myself.
Yeah, I want to be clear though, because in writing my submissions, looking for a home, if you like, a legal or policy home for various matters, and it's clear to me what the reporter needs to do under Schedule 9, and then as a material consideration, it's clear to me what you would do with HE3. But what I'm not sure is what the council is asking the decision maker to do with that sort of low level, not freestanding objection type harm that you get to these 4. So you're just saying it, maybe we can't take it any further than this. You don't really know where that's going, but you just want it taken into account somewhere.
Well, it certainly needs to be taken into account. I mean, there are, there are effects, and they're not enough individually to warrant an objection.
Well, that's why I was offering that
to leave it at that. So yeah.
Well, that's. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, Mr. McTee. You go.
No, it's fine.
That's why I was offering that category of non-material harm, which is still registrable, it's still discernible, it's harm, it's adverse effects, but it's one which doesn't. It's a category of harms which don't have materiality in the decision-making process. Is that it's something the council would recognise and find useful, or is it going for just a freestanding its harm somewhere else?
Say it's harm somewhere else. It's something that we have noted as part of our assessment of the proposal, and like I say, it falls under the sort of the archaeological or cultural heritage umbrella.
All right, well, I'll leave it there, make my submissions, Mr. McTeer. Okay, in terms of this uncertainty point, your recognition, section 3, conclusions. 3.1, so this is your recognition. You say the council's archaeologist and Hess both consider that the proposal would have an adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of Lee's watchtower. In addition, the council archaeology considers adverse impacts also occur at Pyclaw Hill, and these points are raised in the initial consultation. In the report, and indeed in the precognition, there aren't views reached, are there, by the council's archaeologist in relation to integrity of setting? Because that's not the development plan policy, is it? Integrity of setting is not mentioned in policy HE3.
No, setting is mentioned in policy HE3, but integrity of the setting, would be considered to be a part of the setting. Setting's a wide term. There's a considerable amount of guidance on what constitutes setting, well, so it won't just be integrity.
As Hes are at pains to point out, and we'll discuss a little bit later, they say SPP 145 is a specific test, isn't it? It's a standalone test. It's actually, they want to, disengage. You heard the questions yesterday from Mr. Gregg, disengage that from the EIA process. And the question was put in this way: you can't read across on the EIA process. We'll discuss that later on. So it's a standalone test. And the development plan policy that you're looking at in D&G doesn't deal with that, does it? It deals with setting, but it doesn't deal with what is a very specific creature of policy in SPP 145.
It's a reasonable point to draw from it, but there is no specific scheduled monument policy within LDP2. It would be assessed as part of policy HE3. Policy HE3 was put together while SPP was still in force. SPP is more than just paragraph 145. It begins at 137, where it sets out what the planning system should be.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way: because it doesn't deal with the same matter, just because you were to fail in the council's view HE3 wouldn't mean, would it, that you'd automatically fail the integrity of setting test in SPP 145? Because they're asking different questions. They're related, but they're not the same.
I suppose you could look at it like that, yeah.
Well, I do, because it seems to me your archaeologist, the council's archaeologist, doesn't deal with integrity of setting. You get to your section 3 of your precognition, and then you mix everything up in your paragraph 3.6, because you then say the council considers that the current proposals fail to meet policy LDP, policy HE3 and SPP paragraphs 137, 145, and there are reasonable grounds for objection to the proposal as submitted. There was no, there's no working, there's no assessment, is there, against 145, and it's not right to have a read across from a fail against HE3, I think, as we've just agreed. In other words, you don't have the professional expert evidence, do you, to back up your findings in relation to a breach of SPP 145?
I mean, the assessment was undertaken not just by me, but by the council's archaeologist as well. And if you want to pick up on how how he looked at setting, then I suppose that's a matter for your questions for him.
I will do that. Yeah, in the next few minutes. All right. In terms of exceptional circumstances, so far as SPP 145 is concerned, because we go back to that hierarchy, we've got Schedule 9 factors, development plan factors, then we come down to national policy. So it's just another material consideration. But if you were placing weight on that as a material consideration, you only need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances if you're having an adverse impact on the integrity of setting, don't you? Put the other way around, if you don't have that adverse impact on the integrity setting, then you don't need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances.
You could look at it like that, yeah.
Well, do you agree with that? I mean, that's the way. Yeah. Good, thank you. So when in paragraph 9.3 of the report and 3.6 of your precognition, let's just read 9.3 of the report. The council considers current proposals fail to meet the policy criteria in both SPP 137-145, LDP policy HE3. There are reasonable grounds for objections to the proposal as submitted with regard to significant impacts on cultural heritage features. No suitable mitigation has been agreed. The council considers there are no exceptional circumstances as set out in SPP paragraph 145 that would otherwise lead to a positive outcome. That only applies, doesn't it, if there is an adverse impact on the integrity of the setting?
The exceptional circumstances, yes.
Yeah. And then reading across your precognition, similar wording, council considers current proposals fail to meet HE3, SPP 13745. There are reasonable grounds for objection to the proposal as submitted with regards to cultural heritage issues, and then it's the same wording, so it's presumably the same answer in relation to your precognition.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just so far as the wording of HE3 then is relevant, I can pick this up in the a number of places, but the inquiry report is one. I've got that at 424 where you quote HE3 in full. What you said to Mr. Armstrong was that, there's no explicit balancing test. Number of policies don't have that, but you've got the wider planning balance and the wider assessment. So that's where you undertake the overall balance.
Yes, yes.
That was your evidence.
Yeah, that's right. And there are other LDP policies that feature cultural heritage. It's not just HE3, but I know for the purposes of today, we're just looking at HE3.
I mean, in a sense, planning's all about planning balance. It's always going to go back to a mix of factors. But so far as far as HE3 is concerned, the difficulty with the policy is that if you've got harm, and by that it's anything, because if you're given the legal definition of preserve or enhance. So if you've got any harm at all to setting, then you would fail HE3, wouldn't you, on its face, and you'd be reliant on the broader planning balance. So that in order to gain support, the development has to preserve or enhance the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site or asset in situ, doesn't it?
Yes, that's what the policy says. It's
exactly.
clear in black and white. Yeah,
exactly. So that's the difficulty, isn't it? That you can't have development which causes an ounce of harm, if you like, to setting or to cultural significance of those assets. It can't pass HE3. You are then totally reliant on the broader planning balance. In other words, what policy HE3, let me put it another way, policy HE3 doesn't manage acceptable change in the historic environment within its own terms. What it says, it's got to preserve or enhance, and if not, well, you take your luck with the planning balance. It doesn't allow for acceptable degrees of harm to cultural heritage assets, does it?
Well, yeah, it's That's probably fair to say.
Thank you. Well, probably fair will do for my notes. Thank you. Final point is this. HE3 talks about in that first bullet point, appearance, fabric, setting of the site or asset in situ. One of the things that I've noted from the council report is a sort of creeping in of a different concept, which is looser than those terms, and it's sense of place. And if we could just choose a number of examples, but if we could, and I'm going to pick this up with Mr. Nicholson, don't worry, but I'm just interested in the policy, where this goes in policy terms. So 7.9 of the report, actually there are two paragraphs 7.9, but it's the second paragraph 7.9. So it's underneath the photograph of Pikethorpe Hill. You got that?
Yep.
Yeah. So starts the assessment concludes that the turbines will be a distracting presence, and then you've got the panoramic view of Pikethorpe, Ken, and then you get the you get this wording: the guidance also requires visual impact of proposed change relative to the scale of historic asset place. It's possible for a development to have an adverse impact on the setting of a monument place without affecting our ability to understand and appreciate historic assets. With usable 45 turbines, along with 2 storage compounds and 3 borrow pits within a kilometre, the sense of place of the monument will be fundamentally changed. You see that? That's the penultimate paragraph, penultimate sentence.
Yep.
Another example, there are others, but just to take a second one, 8.7. So it's back in the section on forts. Example is relevant with regard to the group of Eskdale Hill forts, Camp Hill, Castleweary and Bessie's Now. And then you get to the final sentence. This would result in an obvious visible change to the outlook from the sites, which would be significant in terms of their sense of place. Sense of place, 10 years ago, south of the border, sensus loci, as it's the Latin for it was a sort of, people were talking about that. But it's not protected, is it? In sense of place, sensus loci does not find itself as anything to be protected in either primary legislation or policy.
I mean, there's no explicit sort of notion of sense of place, you know, per se in terms of policy. I mean, there are guidance. You know, there's guidance, and it will be to do with setting. Sense of place would very much sort of fall into the guidance for setting, I would say. So, you know, I suppose the closest sort of policy that I could draw on would be one of the council's overarching policies, which would policy OP2, which is sort of development and placemaking. But that, you know, the placemaking in that sense is probably from
That's
the
different,
notion
isn't
of
it?
placemaking in this sense. But
yeah.
you could look at it, and it is an overarching policy in that regard. So yeah, you could draw parallels, but I wouldn't say they were necessarily you know, the same.
I'm short, so let me just get to the point. There was a discussion yesterday, the end of the afternoon, about broader protection. So the statutory provisions, we can go back to Schedule 9, talk about buildings, they talk about assets, they're very discernible, they're individual identified assets, that's what they talk about. And obviously we're not dealing with listed buildings, but it's the same in the primary Heritage Act. They're talking about individual assets. But there was a question, it really came from the line of questioning from Mr. Campbell about, well, look, you might have a scattering of assets which give an area its sense of place, or it's a feel. So you can't break it down into this asset or that asset, but you're talking about a broader matrix of historical importance. We just agree, both in legislative terms and policy terms, there's no protection for that diffuse, non-identifiable sense of place, broad heritage area. There isn't anything which protects that in legislation or policy.
That's a fair point to make, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And where you do get historic mapping, of course, that's a concept which is well known, and contemporary landscape and visual impact assessment should take into account heritage assets in them. So you get they're not missed, but they can be done that way. Where you have an archaeological concentration of sites, then it's possible, as councils do, to identify areas of archaeological interest, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
And what they do is say, well, look, there's a density of asset here in archaeological terms. What they do is they provide a higher bar, don't they? A higher threshold for development that wants to go into those areas. You've got to provide that you're not going to harm the interrelationships or unsettle that concentration of archaeology.
That's right. Yeah, it's part of the process, and I've had applications where there have been archaeologically sensitive areas
Yes.
affected by development. So yeah.
Yes, and the council hasn't identified one here, nor has it identified a sort of landscape of cultural sensitivity, if you like. It doesn't have a designation whereby it says, well, all of these things, that Mr. Moffat and all of the other things which feed into cultural heritage. It hasn't got a policy designation, has it, for that more diffuse sense of heritage landscape?
No, it doesn't. But I think statistically, and it's something that came out. I mean, it's less than 5% of all assets are designated. So just there's no designation in place, and I can leave it at that. But just because there's no designation in place doesn't mean that it's not worthy of designation. But that's a separate issue that we're not looking at.
Of course, and what we've also got to filter that through the planning test, because we've got be able to make a systematic decision. But I'm helped by that answer, Mr. McTeer. That is all I. Just one final question. There was another point yesterday, but I think it was by the reporter to Dr. Carter, and that was the discernment between those things which were considered to be important and those things which were considered to be of lesser importance. So in other words, how we've got to identify those assets which we're discussing now. Were you involved in discussions about the LiDAR data? I know it went to borders, but were you involved in discussions about what was going to be carried forward and what wasn't?
No.
Short question, short answer, Mr. McTeer. Thank you very much. That's all I want to ask in questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Presumably there's no other questions. I have from other parties. I just have a question or two for Mr. McTeer. The first one you've answered actually, but the second one I have is in relation to policy HE3. And it's just enabling my understanding of how it kind of, the 3 bullet points, how they relate to one another, because at the end of each bullet point, it's and or. So you start off with the first bullet, and you need to be satisfied that development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, setting of the site or asset in situ. So if you find that it doesn't satisfy that, or does, you've still got the option to go to the or. And if you jump down to the third bullet point, the other or bullet point is due consideration has been given to the significance and value of the site or asset in relation to the long-term benefit and specific need for the development and the location proposed. So I just want you to just explain to me, I know in the submissions that have been made, there's a reference to the Longburn decision, field decision, which I think picks up on this point as well. Why that's been referred to, and how you see this third bullet point coming in, and does it apply in this particular case?
The reference to Longburn was really to look at, and I suppose we're kind of looking at the sort of the locational requirement for the development, and whether you know, and I think it's a 4.34 in the inquiry report, where locational developments can be material considerations. So kind of wanted to draw the sort of the parallel between the two ideas there.
Okay, and looking at the third bullet point there, so is that applicable in this case?
I think it is, yes. I mean, you know, when we're looking at the site, it's obviously been brought forward as a potential site for wind sort of generation. We would to provide some level of protection to historical assets as part of the wider assessment of the proposal. So I think yes, we need to have due consideration for that one.
Okay, so and have you demonstrated that in your consideration of the proposal? Is that something that's coming through in the report? Somewhere that I can read?
Yeah, it's I mean, as I say, I mentioned it in the inquiry report because I believe that it's relevant to this particular case.
So it just balancing. I'm going to use the word balance because maybe it's something to think about. You've got bullet point 1, and then you've got bullet point 3. Is there a balancing exercise going on in the policy there in relation to something that might cause harm under bullet point 1? It doesn't preserve or enhance, let's say. And then bullet point 3 coming in and saying, well, in relation to long-term benefit or specific need, that might actually carry it forward. Is there a balancing exercise actually going on in policy H3 when we look at it in detail?
I suppose that's one interpretation of it. Yes,
you
could say that one is to balance the other. Obviously, I didn't just look at archaeology, although it does form part of the council's objection. It's just one sort of point of that. So archaeology was balanced along with everything else, along with landscape, along with contributions to renewable energy, carbon reduction, all the other factors that we covered at sort of the previous sessions.
Okay, so earlier on you said you felt that there wasn't a balancing element, no explicit balancing element in HE3. I think you answered in response to Mr. Armstrong's questions this morning, but actually there is an element in there, is that what you're saying? I understand there's a wider policy position as well in terms of other considerations that will come in, but within HE3 itself, is there a balancing exercise, do you think, because of the ands and the ords that are going on in it?
I suppose you could look at it like that. Perhaps when I was considering it, I've maybe been a bit too focused on sort of the of it, and I suppose there's more than 50 shades of grey in planning. So yes, I suppose you could look at it and say that, well, it does provide a balance, but it's just it's not explicit. Where if you have a specific set of circumstances or tests.
And just a couple of questions around policies HE4 and HE5. HE4 deals with archaeological sensitive areas, and HE5 it deals with Hadrian's Wall. Yep. And it was really just to get clarification for yourself that these are not considered to be relevant here, which I think I know the answer to that. But also just a background, really, from my understanding, that the area where the application sits is not covered by any of these areas, and the reasons why this area is not designated for archaeologically sensitive designation under that policy or in relation to Hadrian's Wall. Just the explanation as to why this area doesn't fall within those categories.
Well, it definitely doesn't. There's no archaeologically sensitive area in place there. I'm not sort of directly involved with what sort of, when the council draw them up. It's a separate part of the planning service that would. But I think I touched on it earlier on when I was giving evidence to Mr. Hardy that it could. There could be a potential for an archaeologically sensitive area there. It's just, it's not been looked at so far, and I do believe that it's a very, very small sort of portion of what is out there in archaeological terms has been looked at or designated, and it's the understanding is it would take decades to get round to looking at everything. So it could be that there's an ASA potentially there, but it's not something that I looked at specifically for that.
And the same with policy H5.
Yeah, for Hadrian's Wall, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McTeer. Mr. Armstrong, do you have any re-examination of your witness?
Just a few points. Mr. McTeer, you were asked various questions in relation to the Electricity Act and various sections of that, and you were asked about why there was no discussion about the legal tests. Well, do we see that in the Statement of Agreed Matters, the legal test is set out in paragraph, one of the legal tests is set out in paragraph 3.3 of the legal framework, which is agreed between the parties?
Yes, that's yeah.
And do you? Sorry, have you got to put on mute? And do you also, in your report at DG 403 at paragraph 4.1, refer back to your planning statement, which is DGC 301, which we discussed during the hearing session on planning matters?
Yeah, that's right. They need to be read together.
Yeah, and does that set out the various legal frameworks and background on that, as well as your report to committee, which I think you prepared as well?
That's correct, yes.
So is that why you've not summarised it again for the perhaps third or fourth time in this specific document?
It's fair to say we try to avoid as much repetition as we can when it comes to writing these things out. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the 5 forts and paragraph 8.11 of the report, is it Mr. Nicholson who prepared that section and will deal with that issue?
Yes, that's right. Yep.
And again, in relation to the regard that integrity is had to in the analysis under HE3, is that something for Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
And as far as the questions, I think they were in relation to paragraphs 7.9 and I think 8.1 about sense of place. Again, we can see, can we not, from yesterday's discussion, that that specific phrase, sense of place, is used in CD 13, the managing change in the historic environment, as a factor to have regard to. I think it's on page 11 of that. And also, we can see in the supplementary guidance, guidance on this as well in 9.02.
Yes, the sense of place is well set out in the guidance. Yeah.
Yeah, and finally, in relation to the questions on the local development plan policy HE3, and the bullet points. The first bullet point is dealing with the issue of the question of whether, considering whether a proposal preserves or enhances, in this case, the setting of an asset. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And the third bullet point, is that dealing with the issue in particular of locational need for a proposal?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it depends on whether the applicant is advancing a case of specific locational need, does it not, in relation to that bullet point?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Armstrong. Do we want a short break, and then we will bring in Mr. Nicholson? So we can just have a 10-minute break till 11:25. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Are we ready to go? Mr. Armstrong, do you want to introduce your second witness, Mr. Nicholson?
Yes, ma'am. The next witness is Mr. Andrew Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson, you have your recognition and you have also prepared the report as well, apart from sections 4 to 9. Is that correct? Yes. And I think we can see from that report, which is DG 403, your qualifications and experience are set out in Annex A. And I think you also prepared the memo, which is CD 533. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, Mr. Nicholson, you were present yesterday when Dr. Carter gave his evidence, and I think he criticised your criticism of some of the initial work, and in particular in relation to the extent of the walkover of the site and the time taken for that. What is your response to Dr. Carter's evidence on that, or his comments on that?
My view on that was that in the EIA handbook, it says that the extent of baseline walkover should be agreed with consultees. And as explained, laid out in my report, there was a series of exchanges between myself and Headland Archaeology about the extent of a required walkover survey, in which I had agreed that the chances of any surviving archaeology on the steep valley sides was remote and that they could be excluded, and that the area that had already been surveyed by Mott MacDonald for the 2 forestry applications could also be excluded. But I had not agreed to be confined simply to the areas where they anticipated immediate direct effects. And the part of the reasoning behind that is that although, as Dr. Carter acknowledged, there has been considerable previous work in the area with surveys by the Royal Commission and the production of the Eastern Dumfriesshire volume, and the MacDonald surveys both recorded new sites that were not currently in the Council's Historic Environment Record nor in the National Record for the Historic Environment. And because on my own site visits, I have found new archaeological sites on 2 occasions, one going up the Useley's Burn, where I've recorded and added to the Council's Historic Environment an eroded bivalate settlement, prehistoric settlement at the foot of the valley, and on my visit up to Wisp Hill, where I've recorded some new peat cuttings and a potential prehistoric burnt mound. So I think that there was potential for a wider archaeological survey that would have given us a wider background to the known features within the footprint.
Thank you. Now, in relation to Dr. Carter's evidence yesterday, and there was some discussion yesterday, both morning and afternoon, in relation to of the Watchtower site. And I wonder if perhaps we can do this by, if we turn to document CD 13.6, which has the figures 9.1 in them, the additional viewpoint locations in relation to cultural heritage on the site of the views from the southeast of the watchtower and views from the site of the watchtower. And if we have that to hand, and I think also perhaps it might be helpful to have the council report DG 403 to hand, because you've got some photographs in that as well. And if we start with the CD 1306, perhaps if we go to figure CHVP 91C, which shows the view from the southeast of Watchtower, and also underneath that has the and you heard Dr. Carter's evidence in relation to these matters. Perhaps if you just explain your position as in almost a sort of walk up the valley from that point. I suppose we're just by the stone dike, which in the picture is on the on the right, and as you walk up towards the planted trees on the right, and then further up the valley, just take us through what you think are the key points to take from that the views.
Yes, when Dr. Carter addressed this yesterday, he was partly doing it in the sense of how he would demonstrate the site on a, if he were guiding somebody up the valley. And undertaking heritage guided walks is part of my role for the council. And illustration 9.1c is actually taken from the position where, if I were approaching the valley to explain it to people, I would actually stop. There's a sheepfold illustrated on the right-hand side, and there's an earthen bank that runs from the sheepfold down to the Usleys burn. From this position, and contrary to what Dr. Carter said, it is possible to see the knoll on which the watchtower is set. It's in the notch in the hill and lies just in front of the feature skylining at the background of the valley is Haggis Side, beyond the crest of the valley, but the knoll lies immediately in front of it and is visible in views along this lower section of the valley as far as the trees shown in the illustration. I would stop at this point and explain to somebody that you could see the location of the watchtower, the way that it's sat at the head of the valley, and how approaches across this wide base of the valley would be visible to anybody on the watchtower. You can also see in this illustration the road starting to arc up the side of the valley on the WIN-170 side of the valley, working its way up before it crosses over the right-hand shoulder, and you then get to the closer approach to Hughes doors that Dr. Carter was describing yesterday. But the reverse taken from the watchtower, figure 1 in my report.
So that's at just below paragraph 6.9 of your report, is that correct?
That's correct. That illustration is taken from the watchtower and quite clearly shows the whole of the width of the valley bottom in which it will be visible. Quite clearly, if I can see the point from the watchtower, you can see the location of the watchtower from any of the points down in the bottom of that illustration. And I think this is where there is a crucial setting issue. This is the wider setting that you get to, and the approach as you move through the valley. Dr. Carter described this as a sequential effect. And the first part of the sequence is this wide bit where the valley base is still wide, fairly wide. It is set within steep sides, and you can clearly see the notch in the hill that is the head of the valley that narrows as you approach it. And you can see the location of the knoll where the watchtower is set. And you would appreciate, as you move through this landscape section of the trees, that you would be under the gaze of the watchtower at any point during this approach. It is subsequently lost once you cross the dike by the trees and start moving up around the valley side, and then you get to the crest of the valley where you have the earthworks coming down from either side and a watchtower set in the angle that then allows the views to the southeast and up the north along Merrypath Rig and the Cairlen Rig.
And I suppose just for completeness, if you go to figure 2, then that's going the other way.
Yes, and that shows in figure 2, you can see the route of the ancient routeway passing through what has been left as open ground in the forestry planting. The forestry people have acknowledged the significance of the ancient routeway during their forest plan development and have left it appropriately clear, so that it's the approach to the signal station and the views from the signal station to the ancient routeway can be clearly landscape.
Okay, now you were here again when Dr. Carter was giving his evidence, and there was a discussion in relation to his paragraphs 521 through to, I think it was 524 in relation to the cairn, and his conclusions at 523, where he sets out, well, before that, he sets out, he agrees with a lot of your, broadly agrees with your analysis at 522, and then he sets out where he disagrees, and then he goes on to accept that T19 would be close proximity and a dominant feature in the views, but he notes your concerns regarding borrow pits and storage compounds, but considers none of these would be visible. And he said he based that on, I think, a wireline which hadn't been produced to the inquiry. It may well be produced in due course. But can we just get where you based your evidence and your conclusions on in relation to that point, first of all?
Sorry, muted. As with Dr. Carter, my view was based on a site visit in which I went up to Pikethorpe Cairn and then looked at its setting around the hillside and its relationship with the both turbines 19 and 20 and the infrastructure. And I am not wholly convinced, given the way the ground slopes away to the southwest from the cairn. I am not convinced that a lot of the infrastructure will necessarily be hidden within the landscape. But as you say, we have no wireline, no evidence has been produced to clearly demonstrate that that is the case.
Just in relation to the setting of the cairn, and again, Dr. Carter's evidence on this, do you think this cairn was designed to be seen, and what's your view on setting and how the skyline comes into play in relation to this asset?
I think that I laid this out in my report as a result of a number of site visits to the area. The top of Pikethorpe Hill is a slightly level plateau, In his evidence, in his report, Dr. Carter made reference to the use of it on the watershed, but it's its specific position within that flatter area. It is set in a position in the landscape, it is set on that plateau so that it can be viewed prominently against the skyline from a number of views. As Dr. Carter said, it's very difficult for us at this remote level to comprehend specifically the reasons why it was set within the landscape. But having visited the area, it is clear that its position at that particular edge of the summit is one which enables it to not have views over the near features like the Useley's Burn and so on, and Mickledale Burn. The view is intended out to the north, over which heads out over the Merrypath Rig and Carlin Rig linear route, which we accept is of greater antiquity than merely relating to the Roman signal station. The signal station appears to have been put onto a much older routeway, and the cairn is at the northern end of Pikethorpe Hill, allowing it to be viewed out. And when you pass along the routeway along the Carlin Rig, it is very, very prominent on the skyline. At the moment, it is the only feature that is visible along a fairly level skyline in terms of the upper heights. The cairn stands out quite prominently at places all the way along from Carlin Rig Farm itself down to where the modern road dips down to the River Teviot Valley, but carrying along the routeway and onto Merrypath Rig, as you approach, the cairn would have been more and more visible, or more and more prominent. It's always visible, but it would be more and more prominent as a feature on the skyline. And in relation to the potentially contemporary cairn on Wisp Hill is a hill with steep sides but a quite flat plateau top. The cairn there is positioned at a location where it cannot see or be seen from the immediate valley sides, either Useley's Burn or the Rangway Burn, or the route that the current A7 takes. But it is positioned at the southern end of the summit there, and it allows a view over to Pikethorpe Hill, in which Pikethorpe Hill cairn is framed against the skyline, and there's only a very narrow section in which it is actually framed. When you stand on the cairn and look, there are two ridges of skyline. There are other ridges that enclose the view coming in from both right and left, and there is a small gap where they tail off, into which the summit of Pikethorpe Hill is visible, and the cairn is then visible on top of that. So I think that that Pikethorpe Hill cairn has been specifically set in that location in order to be seen as a prominent figure on the skyline from a number of other locations which may well have been occupied in the period of its existence.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions.
Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Hardy, are you there? Yes. Okay. Do you have questions for Mr. Nicholson?
I do. Mr. Nicholson just kept breaking up a little bit with on screen for me. I don't know whether that was the same for others. Mr. Armstrong froze, but then came back. But Mr. Nicholson was going in and out of connection.
I didn't have any problems at my end, so it's perhaps something. But did you get everything that Mr. Nicholson said?
I certainly got the gist of it. I'm not making a point about that, but I don't know whether for others it was the same breaking or broken up appearance.
It was fine at our end.
Right. Well, in which case it's just Wi-Fi then, or whatever it is, or the gremlins in our system. Right, Mr. Nicholson. Cross-examination, the same documents as before. So we need precognitions, we need reports from yourself, from Dr. Carter. You're also going to need the HES documents. In addition, I'd like you to have the statement of agreed matters. I want you to have CD 13.5. And I want you to have the consultation response CD 566.
Right, I have an issue with the CMS website. It's saying that my session has expired.
Oh, no. All right. I think you can just go back it.
So I was going to say, Mum, to assist this witness and indeed other witnesses, and we obviously do have the core documents were sent with the hyperlinks, and the other documents were sent with hyperlinks, and I've certainly found that's quicker than using the facility provided by the applicant's solicitors, which does time out every so often. And is quite slow moving, so so it might be easier just to use the core
documents. Yeah, I mean, we'd have checked the links on the core documents, so they should connect straight into our database, and you should be able to get. There's a couple of clicks that you have to do, but all being well, you get to them that way.
They certainly have been for me here, and it might be if I don't know if this witness has got that, but I think we can send him an email with the links, and I think that would be quicker than waiting to sort of get into the CMS documents.
Okay, we'll just do that very quickly.
Thank you. I'll come through. Got it.
Any luck, Mr. Nicholson? Do you have the email? Do you have the core documents?
The email has arrived. I'm just loading 13.5 now.
Okay, good.
Still on there, right. Read matters. Could I have a reference for the statement of agreed matters, please?
I don't think the statement of agreed matters actually has a core document number. For ease of reference, I actually have a hard copy of it, which has actually got nothing written on it. I could just give this to the witnesses in the room if that's okay, and that might save some time.
That's fine. The agreed matters aren't a core document that I can see. I just have them as a separate hard copy.
I think that's now the witness has got everything.
Good, Mr. Nicholson, then all set. If we could start with the statement of agreed matters. And just to understand whether or not you saw this before it was signed, and in particular the section in relation to cultural heritage at part 6.
That is correct.
You did see it?
Yeah, I did see it, yes.
Yeah, so it's signed off with your approval. So in general, in relation to cultural heritage matters, the parties agreed the statements in this section 6, that's just all self-serving. 6.2, the information provided on cultural heritage matters in the EIAR and supplemented by the 2020 AI provides information to assist in the determination of the application. That goes to survey effort, doesn't it, and sufficiency. So what's agreed is that the information provided is going to assist the decision maker in determination of this application.
It says that the information they provide will assist, yes.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't say that there is an insufficiency of information or insufficiency of survey effort.
It does not say that, nor does it say there is a sufficiency.
If I ping pong with you, Mr. Nicholson, if the council had been concerned about survey effort, it would have said so, wouldn't it? The clear reading of this SOAM, and certainly the understanding of the applicant, is that there were no residual concerns on the part of D&G about survey effort. That's a fair reading, isn't it? Or a fair something fair to take from paragraph 6.3 of the SOAM.
I do not consider that is what the SOAM says.
Right, let's get to it then, Mr. Nicholson. Do you think there's an insufficiency of information? I mean, you know, we've got a lot to pack in today. Is it the council's case that there is an insufficiency of information in relation to the environmental impact assessment regulations? And if so, where's that set out?
I have said that I I do have information that has enabled me to come to a decision. And in both my initial response and in my report, I have stated where I have issues with some of the data collection.
You can reach a decision. So the reporter, you might want more, but the reporter and the ministers can also reach a sound decision on the information that they've got, can't they?
They can.
Yeah. So whatever you, and that's clear. So whatever you might say over and above that is a matter really of your personal taste. It doesn't go to the legality, does it, of the sufficiency of information for this consenting process?
It's not, I would not regard it as a matter of personal taste. I would regard it as what I see as my role in advising the council's planning department.
Yeah, Mr. Nicholson, it's an important question. Lots of things hinge on this. You're able to make a determination. You've got sufficient information to make a determination. You just agreed with me that there was sufficient information for the reporter to make recommendations to and for the ministers to make a sound decision based on what's before them. That's right, isn't it? That's the council's position.
Yes.
Thank you. Don't need to take it any further. The outstanding matters then. The only outstanding matter between the parties is that list of the list of the 7 assets. That does not include, well, there's no disagreement noted about methodology either, is there? So we've dealt with survey effort sufficiency. There's no residual matter listed in the sum in relation to approach.
No, there isn't.
So we can take it that at the time you agreed this, you were satisfied with the methodology and approach which had been taken. Otherwise, you wouldn't sign the council wouldn't be signing a SOAM, would it? It's an important document.
I was content with it to the extent as expressed in my report.
But it is what it is. The methodological concerns didn't form any part of the SOAM, nor did they form part of the objection from the council, did they? You might have concerns.
No.
You're free to do that, but they didn't form part of the communication of objection to the applicant, or indeed in the SOAM.
Right.
Thank you. So we can do with just a couple of residual points very quickly, because that's really all I need. In the CD EIA handbook, so it's CD 13.5. And it's internal page 67, first of all.
I'm having trouble finding it. No, I'm having trouble finding it, sorry. Page 67.
Yep. And developer responsibility. So this is in the describing the baseline environmental information. Box C.6. Practice point 1. Baseline information, good EIA practice, gathering of appropriate baseline information, critical part of the EIA process, information to be included within the EIA report set out in Schedule 4 of the planning regs. Using that information, following points offer advice on the thorough collection of data to support an assessment of impacts. The level of information gathered should be proportionate to the project and the importance of potential receptors. And then the study areas identified should be appropriate. The scale and extent of the project should be agreed with any relevant consultees. Proportionality is an important concept, isn't it? It's not to, I think Mr. McTeer said he might take decades to study every little bit of ground, and of course, but proportionality is important in striking the balance between protecting the heritage environment and getting on with development.
Agree.
Thank you. And we dealt with the sort of where that takes us on sufficiency. You can leave that there. Paragraph or page 184. I think this is the point that you pick up from Harris. It's sort of parasitical on what they've got to say. It's this point about alteration and loss. So it's Appendix 1, Figure 1 on internal page 184.
Yep.
That the table uses the word altered twice, I think, and loss or lost 3 times, spread across the different criteria. We can see that. So for instance, lost you can see in beneficial, unsubstantial, see it in adverse, lost, third line. So scattered across that matrix. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. It's right, isn't it, that altered is only used in the context of adverse impact criteria. Happy with that?
Yep.
So it must surely be the case that loss, that altered is a loss rather than a gain in cultural significance.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. So altered is only used in the context of of being adverse, isn't it?
Yes.
So can we agree that it must be seen or should be seen as a loss rather than a gain in cultural significance terms? It's only on the adverse side of the scale, isn't it?
It is only on the adverse side of the scale.
Thank you. That's all I want to ask about that. Thank you. So you can put that away. In terms of your involvement in the in the process and how the council has arrived at where it has, do you just do the impact analysis and then hand on that basket of effects to Mr. McTeer to set that in a policy context, or do you engage with the development plan policies yourself?
I engage with the development plan policies myself.
Right, so I can question you about how HE3 works, for instance. That's obviously you're going to have working familiarity with it, but they're fair questions to ask you as well as Mr. McTeer.
Yes.
Okay, all right, well, let's have a look at the HE3 and pick it up a number of places. I've got it, as I said before, in the council's inquiry report, just noting that there is a formatting issue, which given the reporter's questions, we just need to be aware of. But I don't mind where you get it from, but policy HE3. Yep. Yeah. So I'm looking in the inquiry report, and that formatting issue, as you see that there are the 3 bullet points, but the 3rd bullet point, the and or, is tucked into the second bullet point. Can you see? it looks as though there are only two, but there is a third bullet point after the and or, which has been telescoped into the second one.
I'm just checking because the version I'm using is the one as printed in the local development plan with the formatting from that.
Yes, yeah. My understanding is there are 3 bullet points. That's
yes, there are 3 bullet points. Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, that's important to know because of the question that the reporter was putting to Mr. McTiernan. I just want to ask you the same question. Use of the and or. So the council will support, but it's going to need to be satisfied that the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric, or setting of the site or asset in situ. Then you've got an and or.
Yep.
And then second, where there is uncertainty about location, extent, or significance of these assets, an agreed scheme of assessment and evaluation to fund the application is included within the proposal, and then and or due consideration has been given to the significance. So, Mr. McTier giving evidence to Mr. Armstrong and in cross-examination was there's no balancing exercise explicit within the policy. You heard that, and he said the council was relying on the general planning balance, if you like. So if you've got a scheme that causes harm, you automatically fail policy HE3, but then you'd weigh the benefits of it against that in the broader planning balance. Is that your interpretation of policy HE3, or what do you think of the reporter's suggestion that potentially by use of the and or, the cascade, that actually you get to a balancing exercise within HE3 where you're looking at long-term benefits of a proposal like this and the need for it to be where it is, weighed against harm? How do you read it?
See the third bullet point as part of a balancing one. It's in line with the guidance given in Planning Advice Note 2/2011.
So
Section 6.
is your
Section
so is
6,
your view?
I was going to say, if I just say it, Section 6 of 2/2011 says, in determining planning applications that may impact on archaeological features or their setting, planning authorities may on occasion have to balance the benefits of development against the importance of the archaeological features.
Right. So in your view, you take a different interpretation to Mr. McTier than of HE, because he was quite clear there's no explicit balancing mechanism. You're saying there is actually in that third bullet point by use of the and or is it? Is that right?
When I undertake my assessments for the council as the archaeological advisor, I do use that third bullet point as seen through Plan 2/2011 as a balancing act. I have to assess the balance of the development against the significance of the archaeological resource.
So let's just take that in stages. So there's a difference, and it's absolutely fine, but you take a different view on the interpretation of policy HE3 to Mr. McTier. It's quite clear, no explicit balance. You're saying there is an explicit balance. It's in the third bullet point. Is that right?
I regard the third bullet point as a balance. Whether or not it is viewed as explicit is down to the viewer.
Well, no. Explicit just means whether it's there, whether it's articulated. I can read the
it's
words.
Articulated that due consideration should be given.
Right. So just don't want to dance on a pin, Augustine. Does policy HE3 contain on its face a balancing mechanism for harm against benefits? And I think you're saying yes, it does.
I believe the third bullet point does, yes.
Yeah. So to that extent, it's, as I say, a matter of professional judgment. But your policy witness takes a different view of policy HE3. We heard what he had to say in evidence in chief and cross-examination. So there's a difference there, isn't there, in approach?
Apparently.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Apparently.
Apparently, okay. Did you discuss that difference in interpretation with Mr. McTeer at the time of writing the report and so on?
No.
Is it the first time that that difference in HE3 has come to your attention?
Yes.
Okay. You don't anywhere, because presumably, well, we know that you wrote the section in the inquiry report. We know which bits Mr. McTeer wrote. It was section 4, section 9. So let's just take 811 as an example. We were told expressly by Mr. Armstrong, you wrote this. So 811 of the report.
Yes.
You wrote this when you said,
I
because
did.
when it's, yeah. So whilst I consider that's you, Mr. Nicholson considers, yeah. So whilst Mr. Nicholson considers that there are adverse impacts on the setting of the forts and settlements above, which would therefore fail to meet with council policy HE3. Right, so you've got a breach of HE3. So you're assessing, as you do with the other assets, that's just taking an example, you're assessing pass or fail against policy HE3. Where do we see the information and the workings of the balancing exercise that you say needs to be undertaken under bullet point 3 of HE3? So that is looking at the long-term benefit of this wind farm and the locational need. Where do I see that?
I answered, there is nothing in that statement that shows the working process that leads to the conclusion.
Is there anything in the any of the evidence you see? Because this is it's all new, given what Mr. McTeer had to say. You're passing on failures against policy HE3 because it's clear that you're assessing things against HE3s and saying they fail. But the reporter and I can't test that, can we? Because there's no working from the council, there's no working from you about the balance that's undertaken within bullet point 3.
Can I just go
Yeah.
back and have clear up on 8?
Yeah. I'm just going to cut this short, Mr. Nicholson.
No. I'm going to say I've gone through and looked through them. I have assessed what I consider. I've done an assessment in which I consider there are adverse impacts, and have then professional judgment as to whether or not, in their own right, if this were the only case, if this were the only instance, then I would not be recommending a refusal, and that is not unique to this particular application. And
Yeah, it's not the point,
it's the same as the Scottish Borders withdrawal of their objection in that they noted that originally they'd objected on the grounds of 2 turbines, but once it was reduced to 1, in the balance of it, they could, although they still maintain that turbine 19 has an adverse effect on the cairn, they felt that that was not of sufficient level to justify an objection.
Not interested in Scottish borders for the moment. It's not an answer to the question with respect to Mr. Nicholson, because what you're finding is pass or fail of policy HE3. Okay, and you tell us that, and we can go to, just stick with the forts, paragraph 8.11 as an example. What you tell us is that that's after applying all the bullet points and applying a balancing exercise. The first point is that there's nowhere in any of the council's work where we can see that the balancing exercise that you've undertaken is that it's not anywhere.
Okay.
You well, listen. It's going to come back in closing submissions. Going to describe as disarray. Okay, that's how strongly I see it. If you want to take me somewhere else, take me to where you say the workings under bullet point 3 of HE3 can be found, then that's an open invitation. I'm going to suggest
I said, okay, I was in agreement that the working out has not been explicitly expressed in the report.
Thank you. Or in the precognitions or anywhere else in the council's material. Can't see it anywhere. Okay. That's the first point. The second point is you come to the view that in paragraph 8.11 again, that you've got the 5 forts, that they would fail to meet policy HE3. So just in terms of calibration, I can get this right. There is a low grade of harm. Ultimately, doesn't find its way into an objection. There's a low degree of harm to those 5 forts, which you say outweighs the long-term benefits of this very large-scale Section 36 wind farm. And that view is your conclusion after you've undertaken that internal balance. It must be, mustn't it? If you've applied HE3 in the way you say. So low level of diffuse effects on these 5 forts are still sufficient to outweigh the long-term benefits of this massive wind farm. That's how we calibrate your evidence, isn't it?
I do not consider it as such. I have calculated that there is, as I've stated, a low adverse effect of moderate significance, which does count as significant in EIA terms. But it's
again,
not.
Mr. Nicholson, is it? Just to stop you. HE3, that's what we're looking at. Paragraph 8.11 in relation to the 5 forts. Just those. Don't worry about the watchtower. Don't worry about the cairn. You tell us that those 5 forts would therefore fail to meet, as in they would breach policy HE3. In the way it works, that's after, that's the net effect, the net result, isn't it, of having looked at that low level of harm weighed against the long-term benefits of this massive wind farm. And you must have come to the conclusion, using HE3 bullet point 3, you must have come to the view, calibrating your sensitivity, that actually that low-grade harm should win out and there's a breach of HE3. It must be right, mustn't it?
The classification that there's a breach of HE3, it's, as you have noted, it's an and or. I have calculated, in my professional judgment, have calculated that it fails to meet policy HE3, but given due consideration to the significance of the sites, it would not. And that's why I've stated it would not, if this case were solely reliant on the impacts on those, it would not recommend a refusal, because that's the balance.
It doesn't work like that, Mr. Nicholson, with respect. You've come to a view. I mean, I'll move on. I think the report's absolutely got the point. You make a conclusion in 8.11 that the 5 forts failed to meet Council Policy HE3. That's after consideration of bullet point 1, bullet point 2, bullet point 3. You've told us bullet point 3 provides a balance, and that balance where you look at the long-term benefits against the harm. So in coming to the view that the 5 forts fail policy HE3, that's the net result, isn't it? That's, you're saying what's acknowledged to be a low level, diffuse level of harm against these 5 forts. Nevertheless, that is sufficient to, in your sensitivity, to find a breach of policy HE3, notwithstanding the massive benefits of this wind farm. There's no other way of reading it, is there?
Then I would suggest that my HE1, my 8.11, where I have stated failed to meet council policy HE3, has not been precise enough.
What do you mean by that? Because it's clear, you see, that's the material.
That it fails to meet the first bullet point, but taking into consideration the third bullet point.
Doesn't breach HE3. Is that right?
No, that the overall balance is that it does not breach HE3 that would make me recommend a refusal.
Sorry, you broke up there, Mr. Nicholson. It seems to me to be important. You clearly state you've got a breach of HE3 in relation to 5 forts and 811, right? What you now seem to be saying is that's not clear enough. Actually, what you meant to say was when you take your balance, which we haven't seen, into account, actually there is no breach of HE3 overall. Is that right?
There is a breach of HE3, but not at a level that would recommend refusal.
So if that's right, and I'll perhaps leave this as the last question, I have to say it's hopelessly confused, Mr. Nicholson, but you are still saying then there is a breach of HE3. So to calibrate your sensitivity, applying bullet point 3, you've looked at the degree of harm, you've looked at the long-term benefits of a massive wind farm, and you've come to the view that, yeah, no, actually that harm outweighs the benefits, therefore I will find there's a breach of HE3. What the council then does with that, whether it wants to take that forward, it's a matter for it. But your calibration, that's how you have done it. That's right, isn't it?
I do not hear.
Sorry, Mr. Nicholson, you broke up.
I'm sorry, I don't view it that way. I view it as that I can see a breach of HE3 in terms of there is an adverse effect, but I do not feel that at any point I have suggested that that of itself would outweigh the benefits of the wind farm.
That's because you've not shown your working. I'm going to move on, Mr. Nicholson. I've heard more than enough to make submissions about your approach. In terms of the withdrawal by borders in relation to Pikethorpe Hill Cairn, you've seen that presumably. Do you agree with the reasoning of SBC in withdrawing?
I don't agree with their conclusion, no.
What that does is leave borders as the only party, I think, that would argue that on its own the cairn would be a reason for refusal of the scheme in its entirety. Is that fair? Because HES don't take the point, do they? HES is the watchtower. What they say is if you remove 2 turbines, their concern would fall away. SBC, Pikethorpe Cairn, they no longer take the point. So that leaves D&G. We'll come on to our Foresight community group a bit later to find out exactly what they say on the individual assets. But that would leave D&G as the sort of more extreme party, wouldn't it?
It would leave us as the only party who was objecting to it on with regards to cultural heritage impacts on Pikethorpe Hill Cairn.
Yeah.
Because Scottish Borders have withdrawn and it does not come under the remit of HES.
Yeah. Do you say, and has your advice been to Mr. McTeer that actually take away, just say, I don't agree with it, but just say the reporter was to agree with Hed, you remove the 2 turbines in relation to the watchtower. So that happens and they're deleted from the scheme. Do you say that the impacts on Pikethorpe Cairn are sufficient to warrant refusal of the scheme overall?
Yes.
So that fits in, doesn't it, with that sensitivity that you've got over the 5 forts, that you weigh that level of harm against the benefits from this scheme and you find there's breach of HE3. And in a similar, I'm going to say extreme way, you'd say that the impacts on Pikethorpe Cairn are sufficient to outweigh the benefits of this scheme in its entirety. That's how sensitive that, when I say calibration, that's what I mean. That's how sensitive you are. Your evidence is Pikethorpe Cairn, even if it was on its own, that's enough to justify refusal. That's your case, isn't it?
That is.
Okay. That's helpful. Now, let's look at the watchtower itself. I mean, in short, this is about professional judgment, isn't it? It's about individual weighting that one puts on, or the assessors put on individual factors.
Yes.
And ultimately, it's going to be the reporter's response aided by professional input, but it's going to be her response which she recommends to the ministers, which is important. There's a range of views, aren't there, on this?
Yes.
Just frozen on me, Mr. Nicholson.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
You've frozen. Mum, I don't know whether Mr. Nicholson has frozen for you, but...
Mr. Hardy, no, everything is okay our end.
Mum, everything's okay, certainly, on my screen.
Come back. I've got your picture again, Mr. Nicholson.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Hardy?
I can hear you. Yeah, your picture is frozen, but I can hear your voice.
Sorry, I'd confirm agreement with your last point.
Yeah, thank you. So there's no suggestion that well, is there? I don't know. A suggestion that Dr. Carter's position is somehow professionally unreasonable, or is it within the spectrum of reasonable professional response?
Yes, it is within.
Yeah. Put another way. If the decision maker were to side with Dr. Carter, you wouldn't say, "Goodness me, that's just wrong," wrong or erroneous in law, or whatever else. You just say, well, there's a difference in weighting. That's a difference in professional judgment. It's in that spectrum.
Yes.
There is a considerable degree of common ground, isn't there, in relation to the background, why the watchtower is culturally significant and how setting would contribute to it. It's a high level of common ground. It's actually the divergence of view comes quite late down the line.
Yes, I'd agree.
And the agreement reflects, I'm going to suggest, the clear and precise functional relationship that the watchtower had to its setting. That's one of the reasons why we're here talking about it in relation, in comparison to some of the less well understood assets. There is a fairly good understanding, isn't there, of the functional relationship that the watchtower had in its setting.
Yes.
Dr. Carter sets out his case. It's in his report. I'm not going to go through every point. I think that's going to be an inefficient use of time. But if we can get to this, the precise site that's chosen for the watchtower at U's door would remain legible to a visitor, wouldn't it? So in terms, if you've got the turbines there, the two turbines are particularly concerned about, the understanding that the legibility, the ability to interpret the precise site chosen for that watchtower would still be legible to a visitor.
Yes.
You'd have a turbine, you'd have turbines there, you'd have a wind farm or turbines behind it, but that is not going to materially take away from the ability of a visitor, whether that's a school child on a trip, or somebody out for a hike, or indeed an academic. They're still going to be able to understand, aren't they, why that precise site at that location was chosen for a watchtower.
Yes.
Views that the tower controlled to the north and the southeast along the historic route from Usedale to Teviotdale would remain unobstructed, the turbines there.
The views to the southeast along Useley's Burn would remain unobstructed.
Yeah. And the visible remains of early, probably post-Roman, I think Dr. Cart has to say, but tracks approaching U's doors would also be unaffected.
They're pre and post-Roman, but yes, the views of the trackway would be visible certainly to the southeast. Views to the north would not be unaffected.
What we're then talking about, there's the phrase that Dr. Carter used yesterday, is visual distraction. Now, you can use a number of descriptive terms, but that, as he explained yesterday, takes into account a number of things, but it's distraction or the degree of distraction that one might have looking at views towards views away. That's at its heart what's between you as professionals, isn't it?
Yes.
And the degree to which a visitor to the watchtower can experience, understand and appreciate the sighting and its relationship to the historic route between Usedale and Teviotdale, it's the degree to which that visual distraction would prevent that ability to appreciate, understand, experience. That's what it boils down to, isn't it?
Yes.
In your that's a matter for site visit, matter for the reporter reading what the different parties say. Your report doesn't deal with the SPP 145 question of integrity of setting, does it? I think integrity, I don't know word count, integrity is mentioned, I think 5 times, but it's in passing. It's largely descriptive rather than anything else. You don't undertake an integrity of setting assessment, certainly not explicitly.
No, there was in my initial report to the original application, as noted by Dr. Carter, there is no given definition for integrity. And the definition of integrity for the purposes of this inquiry was only provided through statements of agreed matters between HES and yourselves.
Yeah, so we now got that. That's useful, isn't it? Because that talks about adequate retention. So the acceptance, and we'll come on to this with HES in due course, is that you can actually have quite a significant effect you can have quite a significant effect on cultural heritage, significant or cultural significance, which doesn't breach the SPP 145 threshold of integrity of setting. So it works that adequate retention means enough of. You can have harm, you can have you can have an impact on culture, but enough of the factors which allow you to understand, appreciate, and experience it there. So now we've got that definition. Do you agree that there is no breach in terms of integrity of setting? I'm not taking away from the fact, yes, you find adverse effects, yes, you find there's a breach of HE3, but do you agree, or will you agree that that doesn't lead to a finding of a breach of SPP 145 in terms of integrity of setting?
Having read the views of all parties in their reports, and having seen how HES have determined what they see as the integrity of the setting, I found myself in agreement with it as put in their report.
Right. So it's parasitical on the HES case because you don't deal with it, do you? There's nowhere in your can't see any workings that you don't go through managing change. You mentioned these things, but you don't. I can't see any workings for the testing 145.
Agreed.
Okay. And yet, it leads you somehow in the report. So if you go back to paragraph 9.3, it's a little bit like your HE3 missing workings. You don't have workings for an integrity of setting analysis. But if you go to paragraph 9.3 of the report, Council considers the current proposals fails to meet the policy criteria in both SPP paragraphs 137 and 145. You see, without any undertaking in an analysis, Council jumps to a breach of 145, doesn't it? Which is unreasonable. You hadn't seen HES's document at that stage, and yet you were, without any analysis, you slid across, didn't you, into a finding of a breach of SPP 145, and that's not fair.
Sorry, I've missed a bit in my report. It's all right. I'm just getting to it.
Paragraph 9.3 it is.
Yeah, no, I'd lost my report.
Maybe you say that Mr. McTeer wrote that rather than you, because that's section 9. Maybe that's an easy get out. But the council as a whole, without you undertaking an SPP 145 analysis, somehow found a breach of it, didn't you?
I had at the point at which the report was written, I had seen the statement to agreed matters. But you are correct that I have not gone through and explained a working out process to define it.
Yeah, and you haven't done it anywhere since, so I can't see it's not in your precognition. Again, it's a bit like the HE3 missing workings. There's nothing for us to question, is it? Because you haven't done it.
I haven't produced any written evidence of having done it.
No written evidence, thank you. Okay. Certainly nothing I can question on. All right, Pikes or Hill Care then. I mean, a lot of the descriptive stuff is agreed. The disagreement with Dr. Carter is over magnitude of impact, isn't it? That's where
yes.
you diverge. And what he says is, well, what you do is unduly focus on the level of visual change. So rather than the degree to which setting contributes to the experience, appreciation, understanding, what you're looking at is simple visual change. That's the difference, isn't it? Or the explainer, if you like, of why you come to a different view to him.
My view, the difference is that, in my view, the physical setting of the cairn is directly related to its visibility within the landscape, and therefore it is the visual element that is significant.
Yeah.
As a component of its setting.
Yeah. And that's where the disagreement lies. I wasn't asking you to agree. That's where what Dr. Carter is saying, that there's a focus by you on what he would categorise as visual change, rather than the any impact on a factor of setting, which goes to cultural significance. And ultimately, that leads to the conclusion, doesn't it, that what Dr. Carter is saying, you'll disagree with this, but what he says is that the change, having the wind farm, wouldn't significantly reduce the ability of visitors to appreciate and understand why the cairn had been sited on the summit of Pikethorpe Hill. That's what he'll say. You will say, actually, the turbines would have an impact on that factor of setting, which feeds into cultural significance, and therefore you find a magnitude of harm. That's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. But it's a particular turbine rather than turbines in general.
Right. So if
I haven't suggested that the whole wind farm is therefore problematic.
Right. Well, that's so that's T19 and T20 then, and Mr. Nicholson, is that
T19 in particular?
T19 in particular. So if, I'm not saying agree with this, but if T19 were to be removed, presumably then that would assuage your concerns, would it?
That would.
Okay. So we're not talking about a reason for refusal of the wind farm in its entirety then. We're talking about deletion or potential deletion of T19.
Correct.
Okay. So just bringing all of those points together, if HES carries the day, 2 turbines removed in relation to the watchtower, and then T19 was removed, and that would assuage the council's concern in relation to Pikethorpe Cairn, that then would result, wouldn't it? Because then the 5 forts don't justify an objection in their own right. That would result in, or put the council in a position where it would no longer object on cultural heritage grounds.
Correct.
So it's not in lots of cases you have a cultural heritage, it's against the whole of the wind farm. It's not at its highest, if I can put it this way, at its highest, the council's case is for deletion of those 3 turbines. And if those 3 turbines were removed, if the reporter were to find in favour of D&G and HES, that would then result in a withdrawal of the council's objection on cultural heritage on a cultural heritage basis.
Correct.
Okay. That's very clear. Let me we dealt with the 5 forts, I think. I mean, the detail of that, I'm not going to go over. It's set out in Dr. Carter's evidence and can be read by the reporter. Let me just look at my notes, Mr. Nicholson, and then in terms of a general area of heritage interest, so some sort of broader designation, that's not something that you've recommended, is it? Knowing what you know about the mosaic of heritage assets, that's not something that you've recommended in policy terms to the council?
No.
Thank you very much. That's all I need to ask you in cross-examination. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Nicholson, I just have a couple of just outstanding questions, and a lot of what I was going to ask you has actually been covered. But just talking about methodology, and I appreciate you've there isn't an objection. I think you said you're not objecting. The council's not objecting on the grounds of the methodology as per se. But I wanted to just explore with you, and I asked the same question of Mr. Carter yesterday. And this is about related scheduled and undesignated assets, where you've got groups of maybe assets that might have some relationship to one another, and whether it's appropriate to consider them together as a group in terms of setting as well as individually. And are there examples here that you might suggest perhaps should have been or could have been looked at slightly differently?
I think it is appropriate that some monuments are looked at in groups, and I feel that in this instance, both the applicant and myself were looking at some of the hill forts in terms of groups, because they are related sites in similar settings. The Eskdale group of 3 forts are a related group of forts, and impacts were similar, but they also have an interrelationship with each other as well as with the wider landscape, so that you are not only assessing the individual asset, but how that group of assets relates to its topographic and geographic location.
When you say they're related with each other, in what sense? Just could you explain to me?
The current view is that Castleweary is the largest and the most central of the forts, may be seen as taking the sort of senior, but the Bessie's Hill fort to the north, and Castle Hill, Bailey Hill to the south are both in relation to, they're both significant centres in their own right, but they are also seen as serving a function in relation to the central Castleweary, marking out bounds at either end of what may be a controlled territory. Both Bailey Hill and Bessie's Hill are at other ends where you start getting different routeways coming across, and the area between Bessie's Hill and Bailey Hill, at which Castleweary sits in the centre on the western side, is a very discrete section of the Esk Valley.
Thank you for that. And just a point of clarification, actually, in your precognition, paragraph 2.20, I don't know if you have that in front of you. You make reference to Arkleton, and I just wanted to be clear, when you make reference to Arkleton, what it is you're referring to. Are you referring to the listed house, the scheduled settlement, or the hill?
No, I'm referring to the scheduled settlement to the southeast of the house, adjacent to the track up to the hill.
Okay, just 1 second then. Just be clear then, are you objecting on the basis of Arkleton? And if you are, can you just explain to me how that comes about? I noticed that the scheduled monument Arkleton was excluded from the EIR assessment.
Yes. No, I think Arkleton, like the hill forts, is into that category where we define that there is an impact, but in consideration, it would not of its own reach the threshold at which I could reasonably recommend objection. But the impacts, the view, Arkleton is considered in relation to Briery Shaw Hill and views into monuments. And there are 2 monuments on Briery Shaw Hill, both designated Dr. Carter has explained, that they may well be of different phases. It is unlikely they are contemporary, but it is quite probable that the settlement at Arkleton is contemporary with at least one of them. And it is part of this sequence of views across the valley from the varying prehistoric settlements to each other. And that the view to Brierishaw Hill will be framed by the western edge of the Usewater Valley with the turbines along the crestline.
Okay. It's in that range of features that you've identified in relation to the fort. So it should be added to the list that you have.
Arkleton is there simply in relation to Brierishaw Hill, which was included.
Okay, so it's tied up with Brierishaw.
Yes, it's a view into Brierishaw.
We'll have a look at this probably on the site visit on Friday as well. So there's an opportunity. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, well, just one issue to go back over with Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson, you were asked by Mr. Hardy a number of questions in relation to your assessment and analysis of the impacts on the cultural heritage assets. And just to be clear, you carried out an assessment with in relation to when you were considering this matter, were you looking at the test as set out in policy HE3, and in particular that first bullet point, in considering development proposals, the council will need to be satisfied that the development preserves or enhances the appearance, fabric or setting of the sites in relation to setting that you carried out your analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And is the approach that you set out in your report and your recognition, is that at odds with the managing change guidance or with the SPP?
It's in accordance with management for change, which is the guidance on setting.
Yes, so you carried out your assessment in accordance with that. And as far as the SPP is concerned, is it at odds with the SPP?
It is not at odds with the SPP.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. It's now 12:53. I think we will break for lunch. I'm just thinking about this afternoon. So we have another 4 witnesses to go this afternoon. If we can conclude those, then it's possible we can have the conditions hearing this afternoon. What are people's views on this as to where we are at the moment? I said I'd try and make a decision on this today at this lunchtime. Mr. Hardy, any views at this stage?
Well, there is a law of diminishing returns, isn't there? These issues are well understood by you. So I put my points really in relation to the watchtower and the cairn, and Sir Nicholson's case is very similar, if not, piggybacking on what Heza got to say. So I don't need to be that lengthy. It depends rather on evidence in chief, but I think there is a fair chance of getting through everybody this afternoon, and I will be, compact. I'm not going to repeat points, as long as it's not said, to me that, look, you haven't gone uphill and down and put every point to every witness. I don't suspect it would, but as long as there's some pragmatism, then I think we can get on and do that, which will enable us to have landscape and a condition session Thursday afternoon. I'm going to add a text from Mr. Campbell in relation to the witness that's going on holiday. I'll just check that over lunch, and it may be that I can take that in writing.
Okay. Mr. Gregg, what's your take on getting through things this afternoon?
Happy to give it a good shot. In terms of chief, I don't anticipate having any chief really for the first witness, and I will have a bit of chief for the second. But again, I'll try and take things quickly.
Mr. Campbell, are you there?
It's not like it. I think it's a cautious yes then. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes, madam, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Just what's your take on trying to get through things this afternoon? I just because it's such short notice for people to. I've already sent an email out to say that we're likely to have a conditions session tomorrow afternoon. If we can, I'd like to go ahead with that, but I don't want to truncate what we need to get through this afternoon too much in terms of, you know, going too quickly with
No,
the
I see
witnesses.
Well, I'm ready with Mr. Moffat. I've sent a note to Mr. Hardy. I haven't had a reply yet, but no doubt will. And very much in your hands.
Okay, well, let's kick off after lunch. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, and we've got the rest of the afternoon to work through the witnesses in the best way we can. So we'll keep the conditions hearing scheduled for tomorrow afternoon as it stands at the moment. Okay, and I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
The point is, you know, if you take that
Callum,
policy,
I don't know whether you're there at the moment, are you?
yeah, if you take that as
Hi Laura, yeah, still here.
Thanks, Callum. Douglas has inadvertently left the meeting, so he's going to try and rejoin it using the link. It's just so that you can admit him when he does that,
Oh,
please.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks a lot, Callum. Bye.
Yeah, no problem.
I can hear him talking in the background, so perhaps just let him know that I can hear him.
I can't be lying because I'm not.
Mr. Armstrong, could you turn your audio off, please? Because I can hear you and see you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Callum. Callum.
Hi, John.
You hear me, Callum?
Yep, I can hear and see you loud and clear there. And
Yeah, I've got
I
a
see you've
second-
got your name now.
I've got a second machine set up, so when the witness starts, it can be. We can hear that. Feedback, is it? Anyway, you can hear me fine. That's the main thing, is it?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Moving on to this afternoon's session and the witnesses for Historic Environment Scotland. Mr. Gregg, do you want to introduce your first witness?
For me, there's just one point.
Oh,
if
sorry,
I
Mr. Gregg, you've
raise,
got a point. Yes, okay, Mr. Hardy, yeah, just pop in just now.
if I could just raise, and it's been brought to my attention that neither MOD nor HESL, obviously HES, are here, copied into the email suggesting the potential conditions session tomorrow afternoon. And so that was my instruction, and just obviously both have commented, both have had things to say. So if we were planning on that, then that might just need to be rectified.
Okay, I didn't have the MOD down as taking part in that session originally, which would have been the note in the annex that I produced. But they're now giving an indication that they would want to take part.
Well, I suppose it gets subtleties then, aren't there? Whether or not it's the conditions other than the MOD condition, which obviously has not had the Eskdale-Muir session, so it could be that those MOD specific conditions were dealt with later on.
I would have thought that makes sense, because otherwise there's no evidence been led on that would then allow me to then understand what the nature of the conditions are that are being suggested by the parties. So I would suggest that we exclude any MOD to do with the seismological recording aspect of their objection. There are other aspects of the MOD objection perhaps, or are you suggesting we exclude all of the MOD related condition discussions?
If I could just take instruction for a second.
Okay.
Well, just on that point, that was my certainly understanding of, I think when we discussed this before at the previous sessions, that obviously the seismic issues were going to be addressed at a different session, and so they wouldn't form part of the discussion in relation to these conditions, and that would come after you'd had that evidence. That certainly was my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Just spoken to Mr. Campbell and Mr. Keith Campbell, and he's made the point there is a crossover with some conditions that aren't seismologically related. So, for instance, MOD have commented on the general micrositing condition. So, I think that there may be others, but that's certainly one which comes to mind. I'm not pushing either way. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't then a procedural difficulty in that one of the parties feels as though they were cut out of correspondence. I think I'm happy if we carve out any condition on which the MOD has a direct interest or has commented. That's absolutely fine. I wonder whether if we were going to do that, we might just email them out of courtesy to say almost, look, we're having a condition session. Don't think we've forgotten you. We'll do that. We'll do with your concerns in a condition session post Eskdale-Muir. It was brought to my attention. All I was trying to do was avoid a kind of procedural grievance because people have been missed off the email chain.
Yeah.
If I may.
Sorry, certainly that wasn't my intention, and it wasn't the intention necessarily to go into the MOD's objections tomorrow, certainly without them present. I wouldn't do that. Mr. Gregg, you wanted to come in?
Yes, my firm are acting for the MOD as well. I'm not personally involved, but colleagues of mine are, so we can certainly pass that on to the MOD. That's the conditions of interest to them are going to be carved out of tomorrow.
I'm happy to get an email out that just confirms that, because I think it's going to be necessary to get some updates from the MOD anyway at some point. Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Campbell, you've got your hand up.
I wonder if I might ask Mr. Hardy again through you now if he has reached a view about the evidence from Mr. Young because of his holidays impending tomorrow. I'll check with him and he is going tomorrow, in which case he won't be available for us. Okay.
I'm hoping we'll get through it this afternoon, but Mr. Hardy, can you clarify?
That was the second point I was going to raise. The answer is yes, I'm happy, Mr. Campbell, just to take that as read. So free for him to go on holiday.
I'm obliged. Thank you very much.
Campbell, can you drop your hand, please?
I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
Could you drop your hand? You've got a raised hand. It's just, it'll be distracting on the Teams call. If I see a hand up, thinking you
Yeah.
can. Lovely, thanks. Thank you.
Here we go.
Okay, right, happy to move on. And Mr. Gregg, could you introduce your first witness, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The first witness for Historic Environment Scotland is Miss Szybczynska. Her role, experience, and of course her evidence are set out in her report and precognition, to which reference can be made by yourselves. But in the interest of time, I'd suggest that we take the precognition as read, and I don't have any questions in chief.
Thank you. I'm a little distracted by Mr. Campbell at the moment. Oh, it's all right. He's just getting set up. There's arms and body parts coming into the view. That's it. That's fine. Okay, everything we're good.
Could I maybe, ma'am, just
Yes.
check the IT is all working here, just by wishing Ms. Szybczynska a good afternoon.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I think I can hear you okay. If there's any problems, I might ask you to, are you operating? I think you're speaking into the laptop. Maybe just move a little bit closer.
I'm afraid she's muted. I can't hear her, ma'am. I'm afraid she's
Although
muted.
it's
I can't hear her.
just to clarify, although she's coming up as muted, we're using a audio.
Which can cause some of the echoes. I think if other people have got, we've got these facilities. I think you have to have it set up a certain way. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Gregg, if you switch or I think you've just switched yours off, it probably helps. If you switch yours off, we don't then get an echo.
We only have the one. I'm not sure if that was because a number of other parties on the call had their mics on. Okay. This is it with the room audio on, so there shouldn't be an echo just now.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Hardy, do you have some questions for Miss Szybczynska? I hope you pronounce your name right. Szybczynska, is it Szybczynska?
Szybczynska.
Szybczynska. Okay. Mr. Hardy.
And the good.
You are breaking up for me, I'm
Yes.
afraid.
Me too, actually. So we'll just see
Can
how
you hear me?
Not really.
Yeah, I'm afraid
Not
I
very
can't
well.
hear.
Sorry, so it's a problem with the audio.
Yes.
Not very clear. Could you just say a few words?
Hello? Can you hear me okay?
No.
I can now. I can then. Okay, so people are shaking their head.
No, still.
I can.
That's
Mr. Armstrong
better.
can. Mr. Hardy, can you pick up?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
better.
Okay.
Okay, let's carry on and let's just see if we can get it working okay.
Right, thank you very much. Just a very short number of questions, if we may. You're going to need your precognition, the report, and then CD 566, which is the response or letter from CWP to HES 3rd December 2019. Do you have that?
Just a second. Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. If we could just start with EIA methodology, which you deal with in paragraphs 19 to 26 of your precognition. You make a number of points in paragraphs 19 to 25. It's a summary, really, of the EIA report methodology comments that were made. But you end it, don't you, by paragraph 26, by recognising that Dr. Carter has provided an assessment which is relevant to the SBP 145 integrity test in his inquiry report. So to the extent that it was felt that there was a shortcoming, that the NSBP 145 compliance assessment hadn't been done, that was rectified, wasn't it, in Dr. Carter's report?
That is correct reading of my precognition, yes.
Thank you very much. And what you do is then go on that, so almost you can set methodology on one side. This is about professional differences, isn't it? And professional opinion, you go in your paragraph 27 to 30 in the matters in dispute, you go on to confirm that while there are some unresolved methodological flaws, that's what you say, we say they're not, but in the applicant's EIA methodology, differences in the applicant's and HES's findings or impacts on the integrity of setting of Useley's Watchtower appear to reside in the difference of professional judgment. So in other words, yes, exactly. And you heard the questions to the council this morning, and there was a schedule of agreed matters raised with them. And that was, first of all, in relation to the sufficiency of information, if you like, the sufficiency of the effort, but then also into the approach, the methodological approach. Both of those are agreed to be sufficient to enable a legally sound judgment to be made. It was about variation in professional judgment, the weight that was attached to certain factors. And that's a similar approach or a similar position with HES, isn't it?
Yes, and I can also confirm that we obviously heard Dr. Carter yesterday, and when he said that the conclusions of the EIA report and the additional information cannot be kind of lifted and applied to the test of 145 of SPP, and he obviously clarified that because of that, there was a need for an additional assessment that on the integrity of setting that he obviously has now provided in his precognition.
Yeah,
so that has been.
Yes, exactly. And we've got to take a little bit of care, haven't we? Because the assessment, the baseline assessment, the going out in the field work, that's all the same. What you're doing is it's how that's used. And the simple point that was being made yesterday was that you can't have a straight read across from the EIA handbook approach to SPP. But all the background information is all very useful. But then what you have to do is focus that and apply it to a particular policy test. That's your point, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. And also I would add that obviously there is this expansion of assessment that has now been provided by Dr. Carter. Obviously, we understand that Dr. Carter didn't write the initial EIA report assessment, but he's provided an expansion. I think it was discussed yesterday in his evidence that yes, there was obviously additional information added to it. So yeah, we've got sufficient information.
Exactly. So where that takes us, and it's a useful position, I think, to be in, is that HES are not taking an objection on survey effort, nor are they taking an objection on sufficiency of information, nor on methodological approach. This comes down to the weighting applied by respective witnesses to those factors of setting which go to significance. And on that, there's a disagreement between Dr. Carter and Dr. McLeod-Revitt.
Okay. Yes, there are some points that I wish to clarify. Obviously, in my initial our objection dated 13th September 2019. But they were obviously addressed or acknowledged by the applicant kind of intention of. Can you hear me?
I'm getting somebody else talking in my headphones. There's a gentleman's voice. I don't know who that is.
It's not in our room.
Then I'm getting a.
I'm not hearing.
Well, I don't know where. I don't know which room it's in, but I'm getting somebody somewhere. I'm getting a male voice in the stream. I don't know whether you're getting that, Mum.
No, I'm not. Is it recognisable? Do we know whose voice it is?
So, Mum, I was getting that as well. It wasn't recognisable, but it was somebody coming through.
I think it was John Campbell. Right. I think it was Mr. Campbell. That's what I was told. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's gone. So there you go. Right. I think we'd got to the point, which was happy. Yeah. That was to say that there aren't objections on survey effort, sufficiency of information, methodological input. You said that there'd been some clarification provided, but now those concerns had been addressed by Dr. Carter to a point where we're now just talking about professional judgment on the magnitude of impact on the watchtower. That's where we
yes,
are.
with all the assessments provided in Dr. Carter's report.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful and certainly cuts down cross-examination massively. In terms of the extent of the objection, it's right, isn't it, that if Hes carry the day, that the deletion of the 2 turbines would then remove Hes's objection?
Yes, correct.
And you heard this morning the council clarify its position that if actually those 2 turbines were deleted and turbine 19 were deleted, then the council, D&G, also would be in a position to withdraw its objection based on cultural heritage. So the position is that this is not a pass or fail, if you like, of the whole scheme. This is not, in some cases, the whole scheme is under threat from a cultural heritage objection. It's not that. We're actually talking about, in Hes's case, 2 turbines, and in relation to the council, the additional turbine 19. That's it, isn't it?
I can only speak about our case, but,
yes.
That is correct reading of our position. Yes, that
yes.
If the 2 turbines were to be deleted, then our objection would be lifted.
Yeah, and I'm not obviously asking you to speak for the council, but you heard the clear evidence this morning, so we can leave that there. I want to just pick up on a point then from CD 566.
Yes.
And I think it's a suggestion that somehow the applicant was accepting that there were going to be significant effects on cultural heritage. And I think it comes from this letter. And it's a letter,
yes.
30 December 2019. There were discussions, weren't there, between the applicant, there were the consultation response, and then there were discussions between the applicant and Hes following that in terms of trying to work out a proposal that could result in removal of the objection.
Yes, and
that's the background to the letter, isn't it? Yeah.
That was the background to the letter, and I think there is a sentence there which says that we've now redesigned the scheme to address the significant impact on the setting of use lease. Yes, that's the last paragraph on page 1. As advised, we have now undertaken further work of the redesign of the wind farm layout in order to reduce the significant effects on the setting of the use lease watchtower. So I read it as the applicant confirming that they believed that the impact would be significant and it needed to be addressed, and obviously through the redesign.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely not that. I just think it may be the only point of disagreement. It's a letter that's from the project director. It's in the context of trying to form or trying to find a compromise, and it should be read in that light. You've got the evidence from Dr. Carter, the qualified witness, and there are the applicant's case is that there are no significant effects on cultural significance or impacts on the integrity of setting. That letter doesn't support any acknowledgement by the applicant of significant effects. Read sensibly, does it? Another way, nowhere else.
I would disagree with it, because if the applicants redesigned the scheme, they obviously must have believed that it was a scheme that would benefit from kind of reducing the impact on the use lease watchtower as identified by HES at that point. So I think it's confirming that they believe that the impact was significant and it needed to be reduced.
Not at all. What they were looking to do was see if there was a way forward whereby Hes could be made comfortable. That wasn't arrived at, and so the scheme was carried forward. That letter, it's a misreading of that letter in the context of everything available before the report to suggest that somehow ties the applicant to a concession regarding significant effects. I'm putting that to you. If you're not going to agree, I'll just deal with it in submissions. But that's the case from the applicant.
I would agree that it was the only time where we have seen this kind of acknowledgement of significant effects in a written form. It's not been kind of done in any other assessment. It's not in part of the EIA report or additional information, because
Yes.
the conclusion went back to the effect of being of negligible significance on cultural significance of the watchtower.
Yeah, and that's because it's a letter from a project. Yeah, that's because it's a letter from a project director written in the context I've given. So it's not a concession of any sort. But maybe we can't take it any further than that, Mr. Machine. I'll deal with that in submissions. The last point is in relation to mitigation. And you deal with this in paragraphs 31 to 38 of your recognition. And
yes,
the simple point would be that we say there's no impact, and therefore mitigation wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Wouldn't be necessary to make an otherwise unacceptable scheme acceptable. And if you're right, and you carry the day and both the turbines are deleted, that does away with the harm, doesn't it?
If the turbines were to be deleted, then yes, that would be addressing our main concern.
So in that scenario, there wouldn't be call for further mitigation. And if Dr. Carter's right, and in fact there is no harm, then it wouldn't be appropriate to have mitigation either, would it? Because it wouldn't pass the tests in the conditions or indeed for a legal agreement. It's not necessary.
I guess there is maybe another inconsistency that you are pointing out too, that obviously initially the applicant believed that there was an impact of negligible significance on the cultural significance of the watchtower. And then by discussing the proposal with us and acknowledging the significant effects in their obviously letter of December 2019, I would say that they were saying it is an impact that maybe would benefit of a mitigation, obviously by design at that point. And there were 3 additional mitigation proposals, again, maybe inconsistent with their initial assessment of negligible significance, because my reading of the EIA would be that only significant impacts required the need for mitigation. And if there was that belief from the beginning that there was an impact of negligible significance, then the follow-up actions were maybe inconsistent with that approach.
Well, or we've dealt with the letter already. Alternatively, what the applicant was trying to do was just get to a position where HES was comfortable. And I mean, the position in law remains the same, doesn't it? There's got to be a test of necessity. And if that's not passed, then it wouldn't be lawful. That's our position. So that's our position. But if you're right and the turbines are removed, then there wouldn't be any mitigation required anyway. So that's, I think, where we are with it, isn't it?
I accept that.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I want to want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question was answered there, so I don't have any outstanding questions for you. Mr. Gregg, do you have any re-examination questions for your witness?
No re-examination, ma'am.
Okay,
thank you.
Right, straight on to your next witness then. Okay, the screen's just changing there. Dr. Mary McLeod-Rivet.
That's right, ma'am. Could we perhaps have 2 minutes just to switch over the witnesses?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll set up.
Press one.
Yes, please.
Good morning, or good afternoon, should I say?
Good afternoon.
Now, again, your role, your experience, your evidence is, of course, set out in your reports and precognition, and again, reference can be made to that by the reporter in due course. But in the interest of time, I'd also suggest that we take your precognition as read. But I do have some questions for you in chief. I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the comments in Dr. Carter's precognition regarding your evidence. In terms of documents to have to hand, if you could please have your own report, so that's CD 13.033. If you could have Dr. Carter's report, that's of course APP 03001. And if you could have Dr. Carter's precognition, and finally the August 2019 photo montages, which are CD 13.006.
One moment, and I will just open Dr. Carter's reports. Right, I think I've got everything now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So if we could turn, first of all, actually, to your own report at paragraph 55.
Yes.
This is under the heading, the contribution of setting to the cultural significance of the monument. And if I just read it out quickly, the setting factors that make the greatest contribution to the cultural significance of this monument are the long but restricted views down the valleys of the Useley's Burn and the Rangway Burn, focused around the historic roads approaching the pass, views towards the location of the scheduled monument in the approach up the Useley's Valley, the topographical location of the monument at the constricted pass between the two valleys, and the undeveloped, steep enclosing slopes of the hills that allow the monument's location and resulting dominance as a built structure to be understood.
Yes.
So we have 4 factors setting there that you've identified. If we could now turn, please, to Dr. Carter's precognition at paragraph 3.14.
Yes, I have that.
So in this, we've heard the discussion with Dr. Carter on this yesterday, but in this paragraph, Dr. Carter summarizes the 4 factors that you identify at paragraph 55 that we just read out. And he asserts that numbers 3 and 4 are essentially the same point. I wonder if you could provide your response to that, please.
I've identified these as 2 separate factors because it seems to me that the enclosing steep-sided hills are actually an important part of the setting of the monument, because they are what you look up towards as you walk down the valley of, or walk up rather, the valley of the Useley's Burn, approaching the site. So these are the slopes that direct the eye down to the location of the monument are key to our appreciation and experience of the monument, and key to understanding its location, the dominance of its location. There is signaling, they signal the dominance of the location of the monument over a long distance. And the topographical location of the site in the past, this is an area where I have quite a lot of overlap in understanding with Dr. Carter. I think this is very important, that the specific location of the monument in the pass itself is key to the understanding and appreciating and experiencing the function of the monument as it controls movement in that strategic area from the valley of the Useley's Burn into the valley of the Rangway Burn. And as the routeway there turns a sharp corner at that point. So that topographical location of the site in the past is a separate thing from the contribution that the enclosing slopes make to the appreciation and understanding and experience of the monument.
Thank you. We heard from Dr. Carter yesterday about what factors were relevant on the approach up the Useley's Valley and what factors were relevant from the watchtower itself. This might be a good opportunity to quickly go through that exercise again to see where parties may differ on the issue. We'll try and, yes, if we could bring up the photo montages, please, from August 2019. So that's CD 13.006. And if we could go, please, to viewpoint 91 and figure 1C, that's page 4 of the EDF. This is the same photo montage that I discussed with Dr. Carter yesterday.
Yes.
Do you have that?
I have that, thank you.
So if we could perhaps go through Dr. Carter's setting factors first. So they're set out at paragraph 513 of his report.
One moment, if I can just get those. I've got that.
Okay. So the first factor here Dr. Carter gives is the topography of the Usedores Pass, forming a deep, narrow way through high hills, experienced both in views on approach and on arrival at the pass. What's your view on the relevance of that factor at this location?
At this location, I think this is a very important factor. As I said earlier on, I think there's significant agreement between Dr. Carter and myself on the setting of the monument. And looking at the photo montage that we have in front of us, you can see that the deep, narrow pass that you're walking up towards signals the location of the monument and its strategic importance.
Okay, and the second factor here, the precise siting of the watchtower on a low knoll at the top of the pass to maximise visibility from the tower along the routes approaching Usedores, experienced only at close range when the low earthworks of the watchtower can be seen. What's your take on that?
Well, I think this is a key area where Dr. Carter and I actually differ. I agree with the importance of the precise siting of the watchtower. It's a very important functional location for maximising the views outwards from the watchtower. But I don't agree that it can only be appreciated at close range when you can see the actual location of the earthworks. I think that you can appreciate this from a very long distance. And I'd refer back to Mr. Nicholson's evidence this morning that the knoll itself, the location of the watchtower, when you know it's there, is actually visible from a very long distance up the approaching valleys. So I think that you can appreciate the precise topographical location of the watchtower and its strategic importance from longer distances than Dr. Carter seems to accept.
Okay, thank you. And the third factor here, the siting of the watchtower close to the visible remains of historic tracks and cross dikes, neither likely to be Roman in date, but illustrative of the prolonged importance of the Usedores route. What's your take on that one?
I think there's a point there that I would disagree with Dr. Carter about. The location of the earthworks near to the Usedores watchtower, which we are agreed in the Statement of Agreed Matters are probably later prehistoric, so pre-Roman, indicates that this was a crucially important and controlled route already before the Romans arrived. So Dr. Carter says here that neither are likely to be Roman in date, but the importance of that route includes its Roman use and is the reason for the location of the watchtower. So it's an essential element. He's quite right. It's the locating of the watchtower adjacent to the route is an essential element of its setting that contributes greatly to its cultural significance. But again, I would argue that because the route itself is visible over long distances, and it can be seen in the as you walk up the Usleys Valley, as you walk along the Rangway Burn Valley, that actually this is a much longer distance setting factor than perhaps Dr. Carter is acknowledging.
Thank you. And finally, this fourth factor, key intended open views out from the site of the watchtower along the historic routes that the tower was built to monitor, north down the valley of Rangway Burn and southeast down the Usleys Burn.
We're entirely in agreement on this one. We do entirely recognise, both of us, that this is one of the key factors that contribute to the cultural significance of the monument.
Thank you. And that presumably is just relevant from the site of the monument.
It's relevant from the site of the monument looking outwards.
Yes. And the four factors that we've covered there, what's your view on those, the relevance of the four factors from the site?
Dr. Carter's four factors from the site. I think that they are all relevant on the site as well as off the site. The topography of the pass is experienced when you're on the site as well as when you approach it. The precise siting of the watchtower is appreciated and experienced and understood when you're on top of the watchtower, but also as you approach it. The relationship with the historic routes is appreciated both from a distance and as you see that the watchtower is located very close to the corner and turning corner of those routes. And the intended open views are equally appreciated on site as well as off.
Excuse me, can I just, Mr. Hardy, you've got your hand up. Have you got a problem?
Yes, I missed that because it's in our end that had all broken up, I'm afraid. So that last couple of minutes, I was aware that something was being said, but we couldn't hear any of it.
Okay, Mr. Gregg, could you just take Dr. MacLeod-Rivet just through that last point, please?
Yes, certainly. Can I ask Mr. Hardy what the last part you heard was? What was the evidence?
I think it was the last question, and then it became very robotic and then broken up. So I think if you could just ask the last question and then the answer again would be fine.
Certainly happy to do that. The question was, we've gone through the four factors there that Dr. Carter set out, and I was asking Dr. MacLeod-Rivet what the relevance of those factors might be in her view from the site.
And my response was that I feel that these factors, about which there is great agreement between Dr. Carter and ourselves, I think these factors are relevant both on site and as you approach the site or look towards the site. So the topography of the pass can be appreciated and understood when you're on the monument itself. The precise siting of the watchtower in relation to the pass and on a low knoll can also be understood both as you approach and as you are there on the site. And the relationship with the historic tracks equally is very clear when you're on the site, but it's extremely clear as you approach the monument as well. And the open views from the site outwards we are both agreed, are key to the cultural significance of the monument.
Thank you, Dr. MacLeod-Rivet. If we could go through the same exercise with your factors at paragraph 55. So first of all, we have the long but restricted views down the valley of the Usleys Burn and the Rangway Burn, focused around the historic roads approaching the pass.
This is clearly something that we can appreciate as we approach the monument and also when we're on the monument itself. The views outwards from the monument are what I identify as key to the cultural significance here. I think those are reciprocal views.
Okay, and then the second factor here, we've got views towards the location of the scheduled monument in the approach up the Hughes Valley.
This is, I think, essential to understanding the location of the monument and the importance, its domination in relation to the routeway, so that as you approach up the Hughes Valley, the monument is, there's a blind corner, effectively, as you exit the Hughes Valley on that route northwards. There's a blind corner and a turn into the valley of the Rangway Burn that turns you from that southeastern route into a northern route up towards Teviot Head. And that approach up the Hughes Valley, where you don't see the turn into the Rangway Burn, is really emphasizes the strategic importance of the location of the monument. And as you walk up the valley, your eyes rise continually to that point in the pass. And so that approach is a really important part of contributing to the understanding and the appreciation and the experience of the monument in the landscape.
Thank you. And the third point here, the topographical location of the monument at the constricted pass between the two valleys.
This ties into my earlier comments about the approach and that blind corner, that topographical location, which Dr. Carter identifies as the specific small knoll, is something that is key to understanding and appreciating and experiencing the monument, because it is such a strategic location. It's a point where that blind corner opens out, where you can actually see down both of the valleys of the Burns. And it's a functional location, a really key functional location. And it's something that you appreciate as you walk up towards it, and as you go away from it. So you can appreciate both at a distance and on the site itself.
Thank you. And finally, the undeveloped steep enclosing slopes of the hills that allow the monument's location and resulting dominance as a built structure to be understood.
I know from Dr. Carter's evidence that this is an area where we have some disagreement. However, I think it's very important that the undeveloped slopes of the hills, as you walk through that landscape, draw the eye down to the point where the monument is located. And that is a dominant location. While the physical remains of the monument may not in themselves now be particularly dominant in the landscape, the location where the monument was and is dominant and controlling. And that's in fact emphasized by the late historic earthworks that enclose that pass. The monument, the watchtower, was placed inside those earlier earthworks, which were controlling that corner on the route. So the monument itself was dominant, and the location of the monument is dominant in that landscape and to movement through that landscape. And it continued to be so. That position, that dominant location, continued to be important as long as that route was actively used.
Thank you. And are all those four factors that you identify, what's the relevance of those from the site of the watchtower? So that's you've covered that a bit in discussing views from an approach, but are they also relevant at the site of the watchtower?
They're absolutely relevant at the site of the watchtower. I think it's very clear when you're on the site of the watchtower. You have these wonderful outward views down both valleys, the Rangway Burn, the Hughes Burn, which help you to understand why the Romans went all the way up that hill and built a tower. You can, and that's, these are also effectively reciprocal views. So the view that is in the approach to the monument up the Useley's Valley is in its other direction, the view down the Useley's Valley, as it were. And the topographical location of the monument in that constricted pass is something that's very vividly experienced when you're on the site, with the relatively narrow area through which both the route passes, and which also accommodates the monument to one side. So, and the steep enclosing slopes of the hills around the monument's location focus you down as you're on the site to understanding why that was such a strategic place to pass through the hills. Is the natural northern exit from the Uise Valley, from Usedale. And into Teviotdale, and you can understand very vividly, both in approaches and when you're on the monument, why that monument was placed there, and indeed why the route passes through that point, and why the earlier earthworks are there.
Thank you, that's very helpful. If we could turn back to Dr. Carter's precondition, please. And if we could now go to paragraph 3.19. Yeah. I'll just read this out quickly. Dr. Carter states, in my opinion, the fact that the watchtower may have been a tall structure when built and therefore visible from a distance does not form part of our current experience of the asset in its setting. It is this current experience that is relevant, and the physical remains of the watchtower can only now be experienced at very close range. There is no experience of the watchtower when approaching Uise doors, and certainly no appreciation of the expression of Roman power and control as described by Mary MacLeod Rivet. Could I ask for your response to that paragraph, please?
We are thinking about the current setting of the monument. However, the managing change guidance allows us, and in fact encourages us, to think about how a monument was originally intended to be viewed in the landscape, and what it was like in the past. And I think that that is important to our current experience of the monument in its setting. So Dr. Carter argues that you can't have an experience of the monument, or he seems to be arguing that you can't have an experience of the monument until you can actually see the physical remains of the monument on the ground in front of you. Whereas I would argue that that much wider understanding and appreciation and experience of the monument is built up of experience in approaching it and moving in the landscape around it. So I feel that the fact that the monument is not currently upstanding, Dr. Carter spoke about if it survived as a stone feature in the landscape. I feel that the fact that the monument is not currently upstanding doesn't change our understanding of the dominance of its location and the dominance that it had as a feature in the landscape, and that its location continues to be strategic and dominant in that landscape. It continues to draw the eye as you move through the landscape.
Thank you. And moving on in Dr. Carter's precognition at paragraphs 320, 321 and 322, reading those short, Dr. Carter references the discussion in your report as to the possibility of the watchtower forming part of a chain of other as yet undiscovered Roman sites. What's your response to his comments here? And feel free to take your time to read through the paragraphs if you'd like before responding. And can I also ask what's the relevance of this issue that's being discussed here to the application that's under consideration of this inquiry?
Thank you. I will just skim them if you don't mind.
Of course.
I raised these monuments in my discussion of the relationship between the watchtower and other monuments and other features in the landscape, both natural and built, when I was going through the analysis of the setting of the watchtower as suggested in the management change guidance on setting. And I raised them because our understanding of watchtowers, and by the way, I should probably say here that it's not generally accepted that you can distinguish watchtowers and signal stations. These are two names that are typically used for the same type of monument. And so our understanding of these monuments is that they are not independent military constructions, that they are subsidiary military installations, and that therefore they have relationships with other Roman monuments. And I think that actually this is something that is acknowledged in the EIAR, in the assessment of the monument, because this monument implies the existence of this watchtower, implies the existence of other Roman monuments somewhere in the landscape. And I don't pursue this as a key issue to the setting, because as yet we do not know where those other Roman monuments might be. But I think I felt it was an important thing to raise in the analysis of the setting, because the implication of a watchtower is relational. And a watchtower would have been garrisoned by probably only about 6 people. That's not something that would have been sustainable on its own as an independent installation in the landscape. So the implication is of this watchtower that there are other Roman sites to be discovered in the area. However, we can't build on those currently for the analysis of setting because we don't know where or what they are.
Thank you. Moving on now to the assessment of impact in Dr. Carter's premonition and paragraph 3.24. Dr. Carter here summarizes the four of the impact factors that you've assessed in your report, and he asserts that these are essentially the same effect, which is that of visual distraction. Can I ask for your response to that, please?
Could I have a moment to turn to the managing change guidance?
Of course.
I'm not sure what its reference is, excuse me.
It's core document 13.003.
13.003.
That's right.
Yes. Dr. Carter has Dr. Carter simplifies, shall we say, the various different impacts that I identified to a single impact of visual distraction. But it might help if I explained how I identified these impacts. And I worked from the managing change guidance because it's the guidance that we have that allows us to actually look at the impact of proposed changes on the setting of monuments. So I worked through the various factors, considering whether they were that are listed on the managing change guidance, and that's on pages 10 to 11. So this is the stage 3 assessment of the setting of the monument. And I worked through these factors, assessing which ones were relevant to the various factors of setting that I identified as contributing significantly to the cultural significance of the monument. Dr. Carter has argued that these are all visual distraction, but in fact I was working from that guidance when I did the assessment, and I feel that argument that these are all visual distraction oversimplifies the multiple sorts of impacts that visual change on this scale has on the setting of this monument, or could have on the setting of this monument.
I discussed with Dr. Carter, obviously has 4 of your headings here. I discussed with Dr. Carter yesterday the 5th heading you have, magnitude of change in relation to sensitivity of setting, and I discussed with Dr. Carter that that's listed in the managing change guidance here as a factor to be considered under stage 3. Dr. Carter's evidence was that I believe he thought it was more of a summary of impacts rather than a separate impact in and of itself. What's your view on the status of that particular factor?
I think in some ways, yes, it does summarize the impacts, the magnitude of the change on the monument. But I think that the key thing to draw out here, or I feel the key thing to draw out here, is at paragraph 78 of my report, where I point out that the cultural significance of this monument is to a large extent vested in its specific setting. It's a type of monument where the setting is absolutely integral to the cultural significance of the monument. It's a deeply functional setting in the landscape. And the setting is the reason that the monument is there. And so I think that my discussion there in paragraph 77 onwards to 80 draws together these factors and says this is a monument with a particularly sensitive setting, where the setting is crucial and integral to the cultural significance of the monument, and the changes that are being proposed are large in comparison to the sensitivity of the setting. So they would have a very real impact on the setting of the monument.
Thank you. And then turning over the page of Dr. Carter's recognition at paragraphs 3.26 and 3.27, reading 3.26, Dr. Carter writes, looking behind this assessment structure, I think that Mary McLeod Rivet is identifying 2 factors of setting that are predicted to be affected by the proposed development. These are an impact on our ability to appreciate the views looking north out from the watchtower along the historic route down the Rangway Burn, an impact on our ability to appreciate the sighting of the watchtower in the Used-Doors Pass on approach. And it goes on to say, in my own assessment, I recognise the predicted visual distraction in both of these cases, but only in the case of views out down the Rangway Burn do I find that there would be an adverse effect. Can I ask for your response to that summary?
That summary builds on Dr. Carter's having reduced my 4 factors of setting to 3 in the first place, which we have already discussed. But I think he's mistaken. I think all 4 factors of setting that I identified would be impacted by the proposed development. It's very clear, and Dr. Carter accepts this, that the long restricted views out down the valleys of the Rangway Burn, not the Usleys Burn, but the Rangway Burn, which are focused around the historic routes, that this that view northwards along the Rangway Burn would be affected. The views up towards the location of the scheduled monument, as you approach it up the Usleys Valley, would be dominated by the location of particularly turbine 7, directly above the location of the monument. The topographical location of the monument in that constricted pass between the hills would be dominated by turbine 7 as you approach it from the Usleys Valley, and the experience of it and understanding of it and appreciation of it as you approach the site would also be dominated by particularly turbine 6 on the Rangway burn. And the steep enclosing slopes of the hills, the eye is going to be drawn up to the turbines which will be on top of these hills. They're large, they're kinetic. They're going to raise the height of the hilltops by 200 odd meters. And we have significant impacts, not just visual distraction, but different types of impacts. So the scale of the monument will dominate. There would be obstruction, interruption of views down the burns. The scale of the monument is very large in comparison to the modern built environment in that area, which is agricultural. We have numerous impacts on all 4 of the topographical settings. And I beg your pardon. We have numerous impacts on all 4 of the factors which contribute to the cultural significance of the monument from the proposed development. So I would disagree with Dr. Carter in reducing these to a single element of visual distraction, and I would disagree with Dr. Carter in reducing these to an impact on only 2 of those factors.
Thank you. That's helpful. If you give me 1 second, please. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Dr. MacLeod-Rivets, to your evidence? I don't have any further questions unless there's anything you'd like to bring out.
No, I think we've covered most of what we need to say.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Mr. Harding.
Yes, thank you very much. It's 3:05. I don't know whether you're going to have an afternoon break. You want to do it now, Mum, or whether you want to push on. I don't mind.
Apologies, my microphone is off. I think we'll push on just now.
Okay. Then you could have your precognition, the inquiry report, Dr. Carter's materials, the report and documents from D&G. And then I think there's one additional document from the core documents that I'd like to look at, and that's CD 524, which is a letter written by HES to the Energy Consents Unit.
If you can give me a moment, I will just try and find those for you.
Sure.
Did you say the Dumfries and Galloway documents?
Mr. Nicholson's his report and recognition. Well, it's a council document written by him.
Yeah. Let me just close down a few other things, if you don't mind, so that I don't lose all of those.
Of course.
You will. Can I assume you will not be referring to the EIAR?
Correct, not at the moment, unless you want to go there.
That's fine, thank you very much.
Do you have those?
I do have those now, thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Just an introductory matter. That is your work, and we can see this from paragraph 21 of your recognition. So you say, when assessed according to managing change, setting guidance, my report demonstrates the proposed event would have a significant detrimental impact on these factors that contribute to the setting of the monument, its cultural significance, and therefore on the ability to understand, appreciate, experience the monument, and would thus have an adverse effect on the integrity of the setting. That is an exercise that, and I'm not critical of it, but not in a pejorative way, but that's an exercise limited in its ambit by the SPP paragraph 1.145 test, isn't it? So in other words, what you're doing is using managing change to come to a view in relation to SPP 145.
I use managing change. I use managing change in all levels of assessing applications for developments which might have an impact on scheduled monuments. So I used it in assessing this for SPP 145, but I also use it in assessing, I used it at earlier stages. I refer to it very generally in assessing any impacts on the setting of monuments.
Yes. Well, let me be more specific then in the question. What you don't do is you were not setting out to undertake an exercise relevant to, say, policy HE3 in the development plan, which might have different wording.
That is not my remit.
Exactly. Nor is it your remit to look at the test under the Electricity Act. The cross-examination this morning, the factors in Schedule 9, the tests that should be applied by the decision makers. So I shall pay regard to the desirability of. You don't look at that either, do you?
No, I don't. That's not within my remit.
And so to the extent that you look at SPP 145, you don't provide any further guidance to previous witness in relation to how that sits in the decision-making process. So to put it another way, what the applicant says is, yeah, that's a material consideration, but it's actually quite low down the pecking order. When you look at Schedule 9, you look at the primary legislation development plan, then you look at other guidance. SPP is some way down that hierarchy, isn't it?
That's not something I can comment on.
All right, well, that's a matter then for submissions, but we've made our position plain on that. If we could turn to a letter just on the wording of SPP 145, and that's CD 524. Just want to pick up something.
CD 524, yeah.
Yeah, so that was Hes writing to the Energy Consents Unit on the 13th of September 2019 on page 1. And you'll see there, interestingly, that there's an objection to the proposed development on the grounds that the proposal would have a significant adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of the schedule at monument used or watchtower. So there's you can see where the question is going, the addition of the phrase significant adverse impact, which is not in SPP 145. Is that because there's been a change in attitude or a change in approach from Hes to when a breach of SB 145 might be shown?
I have no basis on which to comment on that at all, I'm afraid. I was involved in defining that there would be an adverse impact on the integrity of setting of the scheduled monument. But I can't comment on any other case because I haven't prepared any other case.
Well, it's not another case. It's this, obviously, this scheme. And it's...
I must have misunderstood you. I'm so sorry. A change, do you mean a change in our attitude within the duration of the preparation of this case?
Oh, the objection is on the basis, on the grounds that the proposal will have a significant adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of the schedule monument. So that doesn't follow, does it, the wording of SPP, because you've got the addition, you've got insertion or the idea that something's got to be significant, or rather worse, the gravity of the change. And I'm just interested whether that's whether you know anything about the attitude or the approach that was taken by Hes at the time that letter was written in 2019 and the approach that Hes appears to be taking now.
All I can comment on is that we recognise that there would be an adverse impact on the integrity of the setting of the scheduled monument. And that's the basis of our objection and has been the basis of our objection from the beginning.
All right. I mean, it might be to do with those cases where the national interest is thought to be invoked. Is that something that comes into play when Hes decides whether or not it's going to intervene?
We explicitly only object in cases where a change would raise issues in the national interest, and that's very clearly laid out. So we only do that when we identify that the impacts on the integrity of the setting of a monument would raise issues in the national interest. And that has, in my experience, always been the case.
Well, I can't ask any further about that, about the wording in that letter. I can make some submissions. What we do have, of course, is an agreed definition, and what that picks up in is adequately retained. That's the language that's common now, isn't it, between us? What that does, and you and I a couple of months ago at another inquiry had this exactly the same discussion. What that does is enable, or that would permit harm, and indeed a significant degree of harm, before necessarily triggering a breach of paragraph 145, wouldn't it? So in other words, there's quite a lot of elasticity. It isn't just as soon as you get any impact at all on setting that you trigger that 145 test. Hes are prepared to accept that there can be change, and indeed quite significant change, before the trigger is pulled.
We have always accepted that change can happen in the setting of scheduled monuments, and indeed to the fabric of scheduled monuments. And our guidance on the historic environment is entitled Managing Change. So we explicitly raise objections at the point where we feel that the change to the context or setting of a monument or to the fabric of a monument will raise issues in the national interest.
Yes, slightly different point. It may be I put in your submissions from Rick Hill if this isn't going to be agreed. But the position that I thought we got to was that significant change, so certainly change which can occur in EIA terms. So we went, if you look at the EIA handbook, so significant change to cultural significance overall, that can be accommodated, can't it, to quite an extent before the SPP 145 test is breached. So it isn't any adverse change that triggers 145, any adverse change to setting. Actually, there's quite a degree of elasticity to it before the test says is breached.
The key issue is whether the factors of setting that are contributing to the cultural significance of the monument are going to be changed such that the understanding and appreciation and experience of the asset are not adequately retained. And that's our agreed definition in the statement of agreed matters.
Yeah, so the adequate retention point, that's where the elasticity comes in, doesn't it? That doesn't mean any change. What that means is change, but change which is up to a point of adequate retention.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's where that, and to be clear, I think that's where the flexibility or the ability for a decision maker to say, yeah, there's harm, there's change to the setting. I can accept that before tripping the paragraph 145 test. And that's agreed, isn't it, between the applicant and Hes?
Yes, that's our agreed definition of integrity.
Yeah,
changes to the factors of setting that contribute to the cultural significance of monument.
Yeah, the difference is you say the elastic's broken in this case and we don't. We're not arguing about the accommodation of change that can happen before the elastic breaks. You just say it's that bit further on and the elastic's broken, therefore paragraph 145 is breached, and we say that it does, that it's not.
I would draw your attention to the fact that we have said all along that we felt that this could be mitigated by redesign. So we feel that there is room for redesign of the proposals such that we would be in a position where we would be able to withdraw our objection.
Yeah, it's a different point, isn't it? I mean, of course, it's a different scheme, but with the scheme as it is, analytically, what I think is common between us is that you can have change, you can have harm, you can have adverse impacts, you can have those on factors which go to settlement. They don't necessarily trip the 145 test unless you get to a certain point of gravity where that threshold is then passed. That's what's between us. You say the elastic's broken and we say that it's not.
This is the area where Dr. Carter and I are at odds professionally.
Yeah, and that's professional.
Feel that it's professional judgment, and we feel that the changes that this development would cause would lead to a situation where the understanding and appreciation and experience of the monument would not be adequately retained.
Yeah, I think that's all I need. That makes my point. Thank you. In terms of mitigation, I mean, it's been clarified, I think, by the previous witness. If the 2 turbines were deleted, that would be an end of the interest that Hess has got in the scheme, wouldn't it? That would suffice.
It would, yes.
Okay. All right, we're going to have a look at your, I think, a focus on your report. Unlike other witnesses, I'm just going to have a fairly quick canter through your report in sequence. So we're not going to go thematically, we're just going to go through some of the paragraphs to try and pick out pick out some points. And I want to start in paragraph 30, which is where, so this is of your report, this is where you deal with some of the landscape context points.
Yes.
You say the mound on which the tower was located not visible from parts of the approaches to the monument. However, the additional height afforded by the watchtower itself would have allowed views of the full length of the road. I mean, the height of the watchtower would have reduced the extent of the blind spot, but it's right, isn't it, that Hes is not able to demonstrate that it would have had views of the full length of the road. And indeed, it wouldn't be necessary to do that for the watchtower to function. So it's a bit oversold, isn't it, in paragraph 30?
I wouldn't agree that it was oversold. We did do some exploratory work on the geographical information system to see if we could identify whether it would have views of full length of the road, and that was the basis on which I made that statement, but we haven't submitted those, so I'm willing to accept that I should have said probably.
Why didn't you put the workings in? Was that because it wasn't clear or wasn't helpful to Hes's case?
No, it was helpful, but we didn't want to get. I'm not competent to speak to the technicalities of producing those workings. So
okay. In terms of paragraph 34, so the farming evidence of farming settlement. Or farming settlement being abundant, it's a similar point. There is not evidence, is there, that Hes has provided for abundance of farming or abundant farming settlement.
What period?
Back in the Roman period.
We haven't provided that evidence. It is available to people who would like to look on the historic environment record or to look on the national record of the historic environment. But I accept that we have not provided that in this report.
Thank you. Well, I probably don't need to go any further than that. I don't need to go into the HER. I'll leave it there. In terms of the other Roman sites then, paragraphs 39 to 40. I think you gave some clarification of this when you were giving your evidence in chief. In the end, you don't take the point very far, do you? Because it's something which you postulate but are not able to demonstrate at the moment. So for that reason, don't include it or don't place too much weight on that in your assessment.
I think I've made that. I think I discussed that earlier on, but I'm happy to reiterate. One of the things that the factors of setting that the managing change guidance suggests we look at is relationships with other features of the landscape, both built and natural. And so given that a watchtower, also known as a signal station, is typically a related monument, it's a subsidiary military installation, I looked specifically to see what possibilities there were in the landscape around. And these are monuments that I would have mentioned anyway. And I simply said there is a possibility that these are related in terms of being Roman military installations, but we really don't know. And so I don't build any further on it.
Yes, that was my point, really. You just repeated the answer that you gave in chief. So that's 39 to 40. Paragraph 42 then, views to, from and across or beyond the historic asset or place. Can we agree that standing at the site itself, so standing at the site of the watchtower, looking out along the valleys with the old road, that is the most informative experience of the watchtower in its setting. You get information, of course, from all angles, but can we agree that that's the most important, most informative?
Actually, no, I wouldn't agree that. I think that it is a hugely informative experience to walk to that monument and to experience the route, approaching it, to move through the valleys. And so I think that the other factors that I identified of the setting of the monument, those steep enclosing hills and the way your eye is continually directed to that point in the past, the local location of the monument in that small enclosed area. I think these are all things which contribute hugely to the cultural significance of the monument. It's not just the road and those long outward views, though those are spectacular. And, Dr. Carter and I are very much in agreement about the importance of them.
Yeah, it was relative importance I was putting to you, that standing at the site, if you want me to insert the word relative in the question, of course I can do that. So standing at the site of the watchtower, looking out, is relatively, or in relative terms, the most informative experience of the watchtower in its setting. I'm not saying the other things are unimportant, but in relative terms, it's the most informative. Is it not?
I didn't set them in a hierarchy. I think that they are all deeply important to the cultural significance of the monument. I don't feel that you can lose, as it were, or not lose is the wrong word. I feel that changes to any of those factors is likely to have a significant impact on our ability to understand and appreciate and experience the monument. So I didn't create a hierarchy of factors.
No, well, I'm asking you to do that now. That was the question. Do you agree that that would be the most informative experience if you were going to create a hierarchy? I'm not saying the other things are unimportant, but in relative terms, the most informative experience is the watchtower, from the watchtower.
No, as I said, I wouldn't agree with that. I can't put those in a hierarchy. I don't feel that any one of them is more or less important than the other.
So all of equal importance, is that your evidence?
That's my feeling, yes.
Regardless of how the watchtower may have appeared when it was built, a visitor does not now experience the tower as a dominant built feature expressing Roman control, does one? As you're approaching the site, whatever may have happened when it was built, you don't experience that as a dominant built feature expressing Roman control now, do you?
I do, yes. That monument was put inside an Iron Age fortification at a strategic corner of the routeway. And I think this is really important, that the location of the monument is dominant. The location of the monument is dominant over that whole surrounding landscape. The monument, we are allowed to think about how the monument would have been when it was first created and how it would have been built to be seen. But I also think that the location, the understanding the dominance of the location now is a really important part of the appreciation and experience and understanding of the monument itself. That location is a hugely dominant location, and that is the area where the dominance of the monument is understood, is in that location.
And is that coming from an academic, of somebody with a strong academic background of the sort that you have, or are you suggesting that your school's cultural heritage is experienced and appreciated by all members of the community? So your school children going for a walk, or your walkers, or whoever else it is. Are you suggesting that that's right for all those categories?
I would suggest that's right for all. I think that location is so clearly the dominant location in that landscape that actually it's a relatively easy thing for people to understand. And my academic background, yes, I've got an academic background, but it's something that would be very, very easy to communicate to a member of the public. That's not something that would be difficult to communicate at all. Sorry?
No, I didn't want to stop you. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that the dominance of the location, and particularly as you move through the landscape towards it and away from it, is easily experienced by the focus that the slopes of the hills give it, by the careful location within those prehistoric, late prehistoric earthworks, by the clear relationship between the road and the corner of the road and the location of the monument, by the views as you approach it in long distance. These are all things that make the dominance of that location easy to understand.
See a matter for the reporter, but a contributor to that would be, apart from yourself, anybody walking up to that site wouldn't see that the site of the watchtower until they were on it, and in fact they may even walk over it without knowing what was there. So the dominance, I'm going to suggest that you are positing now, comes from your academic background and knowledge. Do you accept that?
No.
I
realise that I accept that is your opinion. Yes.
Thank you. And in terms of there being a distinction to be drawn between the tower as a dominant structure, obviously it's no longer there, and appreciation of dominance of the location in the sense that it commands views along the roads in both directions. Is that something that you acknowledge?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Is there a distinction that you would agree? Yeah, is there a distinction that you would accept to be drawn between the tower as a dominant structure, as was, and any appreciation of dominance of the location, as you put it now, in the sense of it commanding views along the roads in both directions? Are you prepared to see that they're two different things?
I would argue that they are not two different things. The dominance of the structure as it was an effect of its very functional location and its setting. And therefore, an appreciation and understanding of the setting allows an appreciation and understanding, and indeed an experience of the dominance of the tower as a built structure.
All right, 44 key vistas. You deal with the location of the monument framed on approach and use the valley by the slopes of Pikethorpe Hill to the south, Ewan Fell to the north. I mean, it's agreed, isn't it, by Dr. Carter that an appreciation of national topography at used doors is perhaps is relevant, but why pick on the view from on the Useley's side as a key vista and not from the other side? What's the distinction?
My feeling was that the Useley's side was potentially a more dramatic vista, but you will notice that I didn't pursue this one as a major factor contributing to the cultural significance of the monument.
Okay, well, we'll leave that. We can leave that there. 46 then, general and specific views. 3 main views outwards suggested. It's right, isn't it, that the view southwest along Rangway Burn, the Rangway Burn headwaters, doesn't exist separately from the view down the Rangway Burn itself. It's not really 3 views, it's 2 views, isn't it?
I wouldn't feel so, because you have to turn in a different direction to look towards the headwaters of the Rangway Burn, but you will notice that I don't suggest that that is an important aspect of the setting of the monument that contributes to our ability to understand it and appreciate it and experience it. I focus rather on the views along the historic routeways to the north and down to the southeast.
47, the monument located at the point you say in order to monitor and control movement in the landscape, and you say confirmed by the fact the causeway crossing the line of the ditch enclosing the watchtower is orientated towards the historic road. I mean, when I read that, to some extent, that conjured up images of a man in a sort of toll booth by the side of the road stepping out to take the coin. That's not the picture, is it? That's not functionally how this would have worked.
I don't believe that's functionally how this would have worked, but other Roman watchtowers, which are located beside roads, tend to have their exits and entrances towards orientated towards the road which they overlook. So that's something that is relevant to understanding this monument, that it is orientated towards the road.
Mm-hmm. Paragraphs 50 to 52, prominence of the historic asset or place. Paragraph 50, used doors watchtower was not located primarily for landscape prominence.
Mm-hmm.
But you then suggest the monument is not, is not currently particularly visually prominent. I mean, at the moment, the point I was putting to you, and I walked up there, you can't see it from more than a few yards away, can you? You know what you're looking for. Unless you're looking at a map, you might be able to, or a historic record. But when you're walking up there for the first time, you've got to be about 10 yards away to see it.
If you know where the knoll is, it is perfectly possible to see that the location of the monument from quite a long distance away. And Dr. Carter argued the same point that you're mentioning, that it's in your first visit to the site. It's this is something that you don't recognize until you're quite close to it. And I think it's important to bear in mind that setting is not just about your first visit to a site. Setting is something that exists in and of itself. And our experience is not just our first experience of a monument. Our experience of a monument can grow and develop, and it includes having the paper documents. It includes looking at maps. It includes looking at historic environment records. It includes reading about it maybe in brochures or following a walking path. These are all things which are valid aspects of experience. And the fact that the first...
But it might actually be the fact that a person only goes once and they've got one trip up that valley. And of course, an experience of setting, and we're only interested in setting so far as it goes to cultural significance. for that person going up on that walk, the knoll isn't visually prominent at all. So what you're talking about, and it goes back into the same point, really, isn't it? That as is your job and task, it's a very academic approach, and it's one which might lend itself to sort of historians and those involved in the cultural heritage sector. But setting and cultural significance are there to be experienced by others. And the point being that actually the monument isn't currently visually prominent at all.
As we've discussed previously, I think that one of the really important factors in this is the dominance of the location of the monument. And the fact that the monument is not visually important is to a great extent irrelevant. A monument does not have to be visually dominant in order to have a valid setting. And that's made very clear in the setting guidance. A crop mark can and does have a setting. And the fact that this monument is not particularly upstanding doesn't affect the fact that it has a setting, and that setting contributes very significantly to our understanding and appreciation and experience of that monument. Indeed, I would argue that the fact that the monument itself is not large and upstanding means that the setting is particularly important to our understanding and appreciation and experience of it.
Well, that's the sort of approach which leads to the difference in professional judgment, and that's what the reporter will have to determine. Let me just see. It's important, isn't it, that we don't overstate impacts or the importance of change through repetition. So if you have one point, it's important not to double count or triple count just because you are following rather slavishly the wording of managing change. Do you agree that's important?
I wouldn't agree that all visual changes equate to one visual change. I would argue that what managing change guidance does is provide us with means of drawing out the different visual impacts and different impacts altogether, but particularly in this case, the different visual impacts that there are on the setting of the monument.
Yes, but you've got to be careful, haven't you? I mean, obviously you have your view of managing change. I'm going to say slavish adherence. It's guidance, but you seem to think it's more than that, and you stick to it and you go through it systematically. That's fine. But if that guidance, it is just guidance, tells you to look at sort of 10 things, and actually those 10 things boil down to the same impact, you don't have 10 times the impact, do you? You've got to be careful to not double count, triple count, 5 times count the degree of harm.
I would argue that in looking at the different aspects of impact, you're actually identifying different things rather than, as you seem to argue, and as Dr. Carter seems to argue, identifying one thing multiple times. And that's something that I worked through all the possible impacts, and I chose those, selected those which I felt were relevant to the factors of setting of this monument.
Yeah, but I suppose it's the degree of granularity, isn't it? Because you can have a list of factors which are set out in managing change. You might have 10 of those, 12, whatever it is. They're all going to be subtly different, but at heart, they are the same point. And one's got to be careful not to put 10 times the weight on that one impact. It requires a standing back, doesn't it, to look at the proportionate weight on that factor. And I'm going to suggest that is something that you've not done. If you've not done it because you place a slavish adherence or you slavishly adhere to the managing change guidance.
It seems to me that what you're doing here is arguing against the guidance. And I don't feel that I can or should be commenting on that in this particular case.
No, I'm not arguing the guidance is it is just guidance, high level principle. What I'm saying is that you've got to use it properly. And what you've done by systematically going through every sentence, and you've said, well, I've got that sort of impact, well, it's slightly different, I've got another impact, that you risk. You risk double counting, treble counting, whatever it is. You place too much weight on what is essentially the same point. And that is the visual distraction point, which Dr. Carter pulls out and describes. So it's not, I'm not arguing against the guidance is what it is, but it's how it's used. And I'm going to say the way you've used it has led you to overstate the importance of the impact on the factors of setting going to cultural significance.
I can't agree with that, I'm afraid. I worked through it. Yes, I will admit I did that. It's there to allow you to try and separate out the different factors, the different elements of different types of impact that will affect the factors that contribute to the cultural significance of the monument. And I feel that that's a very valid approach, and we are not going to agree on this. So
I'm sorry, you broke up entirely with that answer for me, Dr. McLaren. I don't know whether it was for anybody else. I wonder whether I think I got the first and sort of last word of it, which is that no, you don't agree.
Yes, we don't agree.
Just. I think we can wrap up a number of points because I'm taking it through to your paragraph 69 in that questioning. Let me just check. Response to the EIA report, I think, has largely been overtaken by the new assessment. We've already dealt with that. Mitigation, I don't think we need to deal with. I'm content. Thank you very much, Dr. McLaren. That's all I want to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
I just have one question for you, and it is in relation to the Royal Commission's survey of the Watchtower back in December 2015. It's CD 13.21. I'll just a wee statement in there that maybe you could just comment on. And what it says is the tower is isolated and not one of a series. And I touched on this a little bit earlier, and I just want to understand your position on this in the context of your considerations of the Watchtower, what you take from that.
The tower is currently isolated and not one of a known series. And my colleagues were right to identify that. It is of particular interest, as is picked up in the EIAR, because the nature of the monument suggests that it should be part of a series. And this is why they drew this out in their survey report. So I think that's something that, as I said, I didn't follow through on it in a detailed analysis of the setting factors that contribute most to the cultural significance of the monument. But this is an area where I would actually not be in the least surprised to find changes in our understanding of the setting of the monument in the next few years, because it implies the existence of other Roman monuments in the area.
Mr. Gray, do you have any further questions you want to have with your witness, please?
No re-examination from me, ma'am.
I think we'll have a short break and then we will come back with 4 side community groups, 2 witnesses. Thank you very much. And I think we'll come back at 4 p.m. Mr. Campbell, you just popped up there. Do you want to say something?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I'll be see you at 4 p.m. Thank you.
You just appeared on the screen. I thought you might say something. That's fine. We'll see you at 4 p.m. Thank you.
We get feedback. We get feedback. Can you hear me, Ken? All right? Ken, can you hear me? I'm here.
You can hear me.
I'm talking to you, Ken.
I can hear you, John.
Yes. Yes.
You can.
Can you hear me?
Me.
What's going on? It's all over. History. Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
I am.
Good. Are you able to hear Mr. Moffat?
I did earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear.
You
perfectly
can
well.
hear it good.
Are you able to hear me? For some reason, it's Yeah. It seems to be a delay, that's why. Will you forgive me? I'm going to have to go in the other room to make it work. It'll work. Yes, but it was. That's what I thought so. I'm sorry, this may appear amusing, but it's not very amusing at this end.
Are we? Is that it sorted? Are we back there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You take it.
I've switched my mic on, but
Is it on now?
yeah,
You're
we're
right.
going to be able to hear both of us, I think. It might be a disadvantage.
Mine's off.
Mine's on. You can hear me, can you?
I can hear you fine, and I can hear Mr. Campbell. So maybe that's the way to
Sit
do
behind
it.
him, man. That's fine. You don't mind looking at the back of my head.
Pull in if you want. If you want. I've got feedback going on.
Mm.
Right. Can I introduce Mr. Ken Moffat, ma'am?
Hello.
For the inquiry. Mr. Moffat, have you had in front of you your statement and also the suite of photographs which you presented
Yes.
earlier? I'd just like to ask you a couple of follow-up questions in relation to the statement. First of all, on the third page,
yep,
in the fourth paragraph, there is a line which begins with the broader region. You see that?
Yes.
It refers to 408 recorded hill forts.
Yes.
Can you tell the reporter what you mean by the broader region, please?
Well, the broader region, as I've described, is the Teviot Head, the epicenter of the Teviot Head volcanic complex, which is a cluster of volcanic vents. Geology creates history. Vents are a natural fortress, and they're largely surrounded by 408 recorded hill forts. This has just recently come online with the University of Oxford Hill Forts project. Now that's 25% of the hill forts which we have in Scotland. What we've got here is unique. It's not like anywhere else. It's a frontier landscape. It's the reason that we've got Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian's Wall is just becoming an UNESCO World Heritage Site with the Roman frontier included in that. This is the Roman frontier. And one of the concerns we have with Forside proposed wind farm is the impact it has on that broader setting of a region which is an entity in itself, which will be dominated by this, this scheme. So when you ask what's the broader region, it's the compounded history and the geology which we have, which makes it a unique and internationally important site.
Thank you very much. Now, I don't want to ask you any more questions about your statement because I'm sure the reporter will have read it.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can I take it that you've had a look at the photographs and you don't need to be taken through them?
I haven't looked at the photographs yet, and I've got them here as well in front of me if I need to refer to them.
But you don't need me to take you through them one at a time.
No, you don't need to take me through them.
No, okay, thank you. In that case, I've got no more questions in evidence in chief. And I tend to Mr. Moffat for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hardy. Yes.
Hello. Yes. Hello, Mr. Moffat. You've heard the evidence, have you, over the past couple of days from the other, given by the other witnesses?
As best I can, within the context of my working day.
Of course. Have you picked up that there is agreement with the Hes and Dumfries and Galloway's counsel, and of course SBC have now withdrawn, in relation to both the sufficiency of evidence, so in other words, the baseline work, the appraisal of the existing conditions, and the methodology that's been applied. All parties agree, those parties agree that the work that's done has been sufficient and the approach to it is adequate for a lawful decision to be made. Have you understood that from the evidence?
I would disagree with that.
You said, have you?
Yes. My question was, have you understood that those other parties agree, or that we're agreed on that point? I know you take a different view, but you've understood that those other parties agree with that?
Well, from what I've gathered from the other parties is there is quite a clear element of doubt within that.
There's no doubt. We can go through the statement of agreed matters with the council and Hes, if you like. Did you hear the evidence of Dumfries and Galloway?
As far as I could within the context of my work, but I understand that there's objections from Hes and from Dumfries and Galloway.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are objections, but those objections are not based on sufficiency of information going to baseline, nor are they based on the methodological approach taken by the applicant and latterly Dr. Carter. Do you understand that to be the position of those other parties?
I understand everything which I've heard today, yes.
Okay. I don't know whether it's possible to get a yes or no answer from you, Mr. Moffat. I'll try one last time. Do you understand that D&G and that Hes are accepting of the sufficiency of the survey effort, robustness of the baseline information, and the methodological approach that's been taken by the applicant? Yes or no?
I can't answer that with a yes or a no.
Fine. Well, I'm not going to ask you very many questions then, Mr. Moffat. You have identified some additional sites. They're dealt with in Dr. Carter's precognition, because that was the first time that opportunity to do that. And he does them at 6.9 onwards of his precognition. Have you read that precognition?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just run through them very quickly. Wisp, Cup, Stone. So 6.9, the response, that's located within the application site, but outside the construction footprint of the proposed development. Do you accept that's right?
Well, again, you say I find that subjective, particularly the Wisp Stone. It's very close to both the turbines and the access roads. I feel in this instance it's a good example of dismissing a piece of very important archaeology. The whole problem with this site is that it's been subject to a very scant survey, and that's further compounded by Mr. Carter's analysis of the site. Mr. Carter, who established Headland Archaeology in 1986 with its mission statement to enable major construction and keep business ahead of its game, seems to me in contradiction to the science of archaeology, which is scientifically based. So if you're going to make a decision about the date of something, that has to be through scientific analysis. These days it starts off with LIDAR, followed by geophysical, and then perhaps some carbon dating. All of this is absent in the survey. So yeah, that's the point I would make.
It wasn't an answer to any question I asked, Mr. Moffat. I know you feel strongly about these things, but just the questions that I was asking you. Whisker Stone, located outside the construction footprint. Do you agree with that, yes or no?
I would disagree with that, because It's, as I say, it's too close. It hasn't been subject to modern archaeological surveys. It was last surveyed in 1956 by a geologist. The United Borderlands Historic Trust has got its own, archaeologist, Dr. Sarah Firen, who's a specialist in North Atlantic rock art. She's looked at it. Also, we've got Sarah's colleague is involved with echoacoustics.
Yep.
This site is one which we've been looking at in terms of, if you imagine it as a point of oratory, you have echolocations.
None of that's relevant to the question, Mr. Moffat, if I may. The question is very simple. The question is a very simple yes or no. Do you accept it's outside the construction footprint, yes or no?
Well, I would say no, because that's subjective.
All right, Pike Thor Wisp prehistoric cairn. You've heard the evidence in relation to Pike Thor cairn. You've heard. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Well, again, Pike Thor cairn hasn't been sufficiently analysed. As far as I know, it hasn't been subject to LiDAR. There's a number of other, the whole ridge towards one of the turbines. I forget the number, but I've written it down. Find it if you like. Turbine 19, which Scottish Borders Council withdrew their objection, and they decided to change their mind on turbine 19, right? So the wire lines came in wrong, and they said, okay, we'll just not worry too much about turbine 19. But if you take a proper look at that, if it was properly analysed as it should have been via LiDAR, you'd find that Pike Thor cairn, there's possibilities of further cairns heading towards turbine 19. It hasn't been properly surveyed.
So you disagree with the council SPC for withdrawing. Presumably you also, we heard the evidence of Dumfries and Galloway that if turbine 19 was removed, then their objection would fall away. You disagree with that as well?
Well, the trouble is with Scottish Borders Council, we don't know whether they actually have a fully qualified archaeologist at present since Dr. Chris Bowles left in 2018. So I'd question whether the site's been properly analysed at all by Scottish Borders Council. And we need to have basic analysis of the site before you can do anything as major as this. It's just your basic principles of archaeology which haven't been employed.
Haggis side, then the unexplored mounds. You've seen the supplementary note, have you, from Dr. Carter, and what he concludes is that, look, they're confident the mounds on Haggis side are all but the fragmentary remains of a heavily eroded shallow blanket peat cover. Whilst the break of the peat cover may have been triggered by human activity in the past, mounds and natural features have no cultural heritage significance. Do you agree with that or not?
I don't agree with that at all.
And the evidence you've got to gainsay that?
Again, is Dr. Carter's made visual evidence only. He's made no penetrative. He hasn't actually dug into those, done any analysis of them. The LiDAR, which was provided by Scottish Borders Council, which was not, we were not given access to. If you have a look at the LiDAR, you'll find that it looks like there's a causeway, runs the top left-hand side of figure 1 and 2. There's a causeway apparently runs past. There's also another archaeological feature which Dr. Carter hasn't noticed at the bottom right. These are relative in a cumulative effect to the significance of those mounds. Those mounds, if they were to be prehistoric, would be at least 2,500 BC. You get, 30 centimetres of peat every 100 years. It's only to be expected that you'd have a peat covering. As we see on Pike Thor, which on the more exposed side of the hill, right, it's cleared away the peat so we can see the stones. They haven't been investigated and they're right underneath all the roads which you're proposing to put in. I would have said Dr. Carter's, sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Langby Farmstead and the scooped enclosure next, and that was located. It's located within the application site and included in the baseline of the EIA report. That's right, isn't it?
As far as I understand, yeah, but again, I don't feel that site's been explored yet. We've got examples of scooped enclosures throughout the site, so we have to again establish whether there is an Iron Age scooped enclosure there or not through Mr. Carter's visual idea of what may or may not be. Dr. Carter specialises in pollen analysis And I don't think he's got sufficient local knowledge to analyse this site at all.
Did you say pollen?
That's what Dr. Carter predominantly has specialised in, I do believe. That's mostly what he's published on, pollen analysis in terms of archaeology.
Pollen?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a method of dating things in agricultural settings.
I don't know whether you want to look at Dr. Carter's record over the last 30 years as one of the preeminent heritage consultants dealing with all matters, Mr. Moffat. Right.
Yeah,
well,
I was elected into the Fellow of Society of Antiquaries 1996. I'm familiar with Stephen Carter's work.
Very good. Nick, I mean, we're just drawing a kind of all these points together. We can go through all the all of the assets that you raised, but is it really the same point? You're just dissatisfied with the level of knowledge, the current knowledge. You hear what's said, and you understand the position taken by councils and by heads, but you say that those positions are all based on a lack of rigour. Is that your point?
No, my point is that the lower borders in this historic region is only just starting to be recognised for its archaeological and historic importance. To date, it's just had a scant record, which your desk-based study has shown what sites are known at present. There's no scientific analysis at all, or the cumulative effect of all the archaeology hasn't been taken into consideration. Archaeology by its nature is under the ground, that's an obvious statement. So even LIDAR, which picks up on undulating features, is a great starting point, but archaeology is under the ground. You've got to get a trowel out, and you've got to, your basic archaeology has to be employed on a site which is only just getting recognised as part of UNESCO's Roman frontier. It's only just starting to be recognised now.
Have you raised these concerns with the council?
Yeah, Council Historic Environment Scotland, yes, for many decades, actually. And
are you presumably dissatisfied with the council's response to you and has his response?
Nothing to do with the council, no. That's absolutely very well-intentioned and good people in the council. The archaeologists are fantastic, but you've got one archaeologist to cover in Dumfries, some 6,000 square kilometres. It's not possible. We had a recent meeting with Dave Cowley of Historic Environment Scotland, who's pioneered the first, I've mentioned this in the document, Beyond Walls project at Burns Walk. I had a meeting with Dave Cowley, and he summarised that there's no resources, there's not enough staff, and Historic Environment Scotland are subject to a government agenda. Now, the Burns Walk Beyond Wall project was a fantastic project. It increased the knowledge of sites on Burns Walk, which is a well-known and already explored site, by 20%. And what Dave Kelly points out is that the importance in these small sites is the cumulative effect, how they work together. But this is pioneering. This is just starting in terms of the Roman frontier. You guys are coming in and saying, right, we're going to build this huge wind farm here without giving the region, the allowance which it deserves in terms of exploration.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Martha. That's all I want to ask you.
Thanks. Thank you.
A question on, and it's in the first part of your inquiry statement report, and it's the second paragraph there under archaeology and cultural heritage and overview. It's just, I think you've perhaps just clarified it there in the answer to the questions of Mr. Hardy there, but I just want to double check. To the last sentence in that second paragraph, you say, to construct access to the many proposed turbines will require major terrestrial disturbance, which is likely to destroy or at least degrade such sites. And here you're talking about a number of sites, but one of which you mentioned is Barntalloch Castle. Now, I just want to, Barntalloch, yeah? Am I pronouncing that right?
I think so.
Okay.
I didn't write, can I just point out, I didn't write this component. This was Tom Scott's writing, and he's since died. But I'll do my best to answer in whatever
It's probably a
capacity
very
I can.
simple, yeah, it's probably a very simple, okay. I'm presuming here you mean the access tracks through the site rather than the main access into the site, which is off the A7 up just south of Teviot Head. So I think we're talking about access tracks here potentially.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and also just to mention that Bartallock Castle is actually outside the application boundary.
Right, okay.
So presumably that's not necessarily directly affected by
Right.
constructing access, or
Okay.
could you clarify for that for me on that
Yeah.
at all?
If I might ask my colleague here, if Billy, have you got any knowledge on that particular question when you worked with Tom about the access roads?
The access roads
Close to Clontarf
wouldn't be affected by the development.
Right, it wouldn't. Billy's just confirmed it wouldn't be affected by the development.
So we can maybe just strike that bit out. Okay.
Okay, apologise for that. As I say, I
So, thank
didn't
you
write
for
that
that.
component.
Just another point, just really to raise and just make you aware that we talked a little bit, and we've got a session tomorrow afternoon that's going to be looking at conditions, and Forsyth Community Group are going to be involved in that session. As part of that, we'll be exploring the archaeology condition as well. Do you have anything you want to say at this stage in relation to the potential for a condition to be in place for archaeological surveys that could be done once the application is on the ground and the development's commenced?
Well, you'd have to have archaeologists, as with HS2, you'd have to have archaeologists sweeping before any works or whatever. I would have thought that would have been standard practice, because if you don't, you can't just make it up as you go along. If you have to move a turbine because you find some archaeology, it's going to far outweigh the costs of employing a team of archaeologists to check the access sites out first, which is largely the point of what we're making, is that there hasn't been any proper archaeological study done. But again,
just to pick up on that point, you said you may have to move a turbine as a result of undiscovered archaeology that you might explore on the site. So do you think that's potentially a risk with this development? And what evidence do you have that I can, look at?
You say it's very difficult because we've just went out on our own to see what we can find, and within a few short days we've found the photographs you've seen with a drone. And I would question why basic LiDAR, why basic drone work hasn't been done. And the only reason I can think about that is because nothing wants to be found, because it gets in the way. But again, I think it's the cumulative impact on the site. The trouble is with this whole discussion, it's reducing everything down to a small footprint. But if you look at the larger cumulative effect of of Craig Forest, of Estill Muir, even going as far as Kielder, in addition the 16 wind farms which we already have within the vicinity, there's going to be nothing left. And at some point you have to say, okay, we've had enough in the lower borders. We have to preserve what we have for the benefit of everybody. It's as simple as that, really.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campbell, do you have any re-examination of your witness?
Just like to ask him, he mentioned that he was admitted to the, was it the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland?
That was in 1996.
Why were you admitted?
Well, that would be through a lifelong interest in archaeology.
Did you have to produce any work for it?
It's by recommendation.
That's all, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moffat.
Thank you.
And Mr. Young, although he's here, is well, Mr. Hardy's kindly agreed that his evidence can be taken as read, and he doesn't have any questions upon it. So that is my case for this part of the inquiry, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Moffat and Mr. Young. That concludes this particular session dealing with cultural heritage. Thank you very much for working through that this afternoon. It was quite a lot of information to get through, so I appreciate all your efforts and all the witnesses' efforts in getting through all of that. Now, tomorrow, it looks like we're on track to run 2 sessions. The inquiry session dealing with landscape and visual impacts for Scottish Borders Council. So that will be the witness, Siobhan McDermott. And I presume that'll take the morning. We'll have a break and then we'll start with the conditions hearing. I intend to draft an email up to send out to all parties, but also to the MOD's representatives, just to make them aware that the condition session will not cover anything that they have concerns about relating to conditions. So I'll make that clear. I just want to confirm who's attending the conditions hearing tomorrow. We have Scottish Borders Council, we've got Scott Shearer, who's come back, I think, and said he's attending, and then we have John Campbell and Yvonne Jackson being involved in that session. For the applicant, Mr. Hardy, who's appearing tomorrow?
So it's going to be myself, Mr. Campbell. There will be representatives from the client here as well. So the 3, if not 4 of us.
Because it's a hearing, who will be actually taking part in the discussions? Yourself and Mr. Campbell, or?
Yes, probably. I mean, I'll lead that. I mean, best player is really the person that's got the best knowledge of the of that particular topic. But to give some sense of order, then I'll probably take the lead with Mr. Campbell.
Okay. It's just we need to organise the call to make sure everyone can get access to the Teams call. So I'll get Colin to sort that and send you the link so you can then pass it on to those that are taking part.
Thank you.
Mr. Armstrong, on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council, who's taking part in the conditions hearing tomorrow?
Mum, it will be myself and Mr. McTeer.
Yeah. Okay. Great, thank you. Is there anything further before we finish up for today? No, okay.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
Just one thing, if I may, ma'am, just quite right. Clothing submissions, I presume we're dealing with those in accordance with the timetable that was fixed at the pre-examination meeting. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, and covering all the evidence that's been heard in the oral sessions so far. So it's the 22nd of August, I think, for all parties except the applicant, and the 29th of August for the applicant. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right, I will see some of you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. And
Is it 10 o'clock? No, 5:30.
It's 10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m. Thank you.
10 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.